Hello everybody and welcome to the Keanu Esports stream. My name is Shadi Zeddy Hanna. And we are about to get started here with RedBull Campus Clutch Canadian Qualifiers number 4. This is the last chance to qualify for the Canadian Nationals event at the end of this month. Keanu Huskies have come just shy of qualifying on the last few weeks. And this will be their chance to prove that they have what it takes to fight with the best of the best here. Starting things off on Lotus on attack. The Huskies leading the charge.
There.
Huskies gonna start with a side default here. With Senja taking some pretty significant space out B main. And opponents seem to be fighting pretty heavily for A control. Chris is going to eat that shot there, chilling inside of his smoke.
Poison's off.
Healing over from him.
Reloading.
We will find the headshot, stick that onto Raze. And a little bit of a fight here in secret. Huskies gonna look to plant on the B site. 3 versus 2. KJ spotted up in heaven. This is a 2v1 now.
30 seconds
and Bondo
left.
is lit on the Omen.
Last player standing.
Kyo will get the best of him there in that little scrap up in heaven. A scrappy start to the match for sure.
Omen, when you teleport, I don't know. Sometimes.
And I'm just now realizing this comp is a tad different than previous iterations. Previously, you had Bondo on the Astra and Chris on the Lurking Viper. This time, we're going to switch over to the Omen and go more traditional standard. And Tiny will actually play the Sky as opposed to the Fade. So pivoting a little bit
Time for a field test.
from the standard.
Shadows trap, I have the spike.
Keanu on their eco. Going to look for a fast C play as Tiny picking up yet another orb. He is going to have ultimate or online for 3rd round here, it looks like. Leroy will get the best of Chris M on the A site there with the Stinger. And the Huskies slowly going to approach the C site.
Here.
They've called out that KJ util. KJ will get spotted out. Kyo on the backside there as well. And the Huskies are walking right into the blender here. They're going to have to get themselves out of dodge.
Here. Shadows traveling.
But it looks like the Huskies will go for a re-hit.
Last player standing.
And unfortunately not able to get any eco frags as their opponents will pull a flawless round here. A bit of a slow start here for the Huskies, but they are on their first buy round now.
Visual senses too. They're
So
cold
this will really be the round that matters. We'll be able to see how they adjust and adapt. Now having full utility available, and Tiny actually opting to go past the Guardian over to Bondo. An interesting buy. We will see just about full rifles for the Huskies. And they are going to push the C site once more. And I believe this is Sheridan College. Fighting pretty aggressively for A main control yet again. They've made some noise out C and some good patience from the Huskies as Chris M is able to find that first pick onto Leroy. They're going to chase after the Sky ultimate here, the Cabbages. Try to get some significant space here on this A site. They've caught out numbers on the A site. And that flash should clear front of tree. As Chris M just watching, waiting for these lurks from B site. And somehow Sheridan finds the 2v3 with Spectres.
One down.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
One will get taken on site.
player standing.
And Senja now left to 1v2. Tries to get it, but Chili Toast swinging out with the Spectre, and that's going to be Sheridan walking away with a third round, and that's a tough round to lose for the Huskies.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Here.
For those of you asking questions in chat about the ping difference, unfortunately, RedBull mandates that unless teams can come to an agreement about ping, the default server is Illinois, and because we're located on the northwestern hemisphere of Canada,
Tempo, not them.
that means we get to play on 80 ping. But it's part of what we do. So we just win anyways. That's the goal.
My ult's not ready. Here. Reloading.
Shadows.
Time to hunt.
This is going to be the Huskies' first straight line B execute. Savo's nade doesn't quite round the corner, but the flash from Tiny is good.
Last
But Chili
player
Toast,
standing.
he is just finding these really good positions in all of these fights. And after this round, the economy for Sheridan is going to be absolutely through the roof. Huskies are going to have to do some serious damage to find some space.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
They will be back on another buy round. And while they won't be able to damage their opponent's economy significantly, we are close to that Viper ultimate. And if we can get a few picks, you know, pull this a 3-1, a 4-1. Maybe, just maybe,
That's how you
the
survive.
Huskies can start to pull something back here on their offense.
Pull cat.
Chris M gonna eat a ton of pressure here on this A side.
Poison's off.
Gonna wait out that Sky Flash. And on site here, the Huskies now taking the fight. The flash onto Kyo was good, and Savo will find the flank angle, but Xenon pushing right through the smoke. He's just W key crouching through that.
The spike.
Does get spotted out on site. He shouldn't be able to last for much longer. Tiny will find Xenon.
Heal 'em, squad.
Chris M calling out those rotations from B side, and the whole Huskies roster is going to play on Dunes here. Last two remaining for Sheridan.
One enemy remaining.
And last looks to be on bomb.
Pull cat. Blinded.
Tiny will throw another flash to deter.
Reloading.
And that's about as good as you can get there for the Huskies coming off of this situation. It would have been great if Tiny survived as well, so you could pull an additional rifle into that next round. But the Huskies are finally on the board and able to take down a couple members of the Sheridan roster with them. Winning this next round here is going to be very important. They need to scale that economy forward, and also if you check the ultimates here, it's about to be an absolute brawl on this A site.
Here.
As we are 1-2 ultimate orbs away from a number of really significant game-changing ultimates here. The Viper's Pit nearly online.
Chill out.
The Huskies are going to fight very aggressively for this A-side control.
Reloading.
Piano taking a ton of spam, but the healing from Tiny should be able to clean that up. And now they've executed onto this A side. They just have to decide now, are they going to commit to this or fall back? And based off the timing and tempo, Bondo, IGL, saying, I don't like this, guys. This doesn't look too good. Let's get out of here. They have to decide, are they going to leave Chris for this lurk?
Toxin screen down.
And based off of that screen timing, Chris actually able to pull up a ton of attention over towards that B site. Secret door is going to get broken, but Chris just has full control of A right now.
Toxins going up.
And we'll be able to put some pressure onto Secret. I don't think he's going to want to go for this orb. I think he just wants to play his pick.
Toxin screen down.
And the flash doesn't see him. Sheridan knows the Huskies are leading towards the C site.
Here.
Footsteps heard in heaven.
30 seconds left.
Tox poison's off.
The flash comes out from Sheridan to re-clear A, and Chris just holding right now.
I've got your trail.
Chris will find one. And that's an offer on the side of Sheridan. Huskies only have 10 seconds left to plant.
Last player standing.
And I don't think they're going to be able to get the plant down in time. Senja might try to find his frags. The kill will take him down, and unfortunately the Huskies just couldn't find the right site to hit.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
Sheridan still very, very strong on the economy.
Isolate and exterminate.
Placing sentry.
Keanu now looking to make a play onto this B side. They know that Sheridan has typically left this B side pretty weak, but it is an eco, and the last time they were on an eco, they were prepared for this. Omen was lurking in that corner right there. That's going to be a number of Sheridan members in secret, but Savo actually finding a huge nade kill. Thinking of the Omen early, I mean, he's been fragging super hard for their team. Bondo with the ghost, able to find a headshot there.
Enemy spotted A.
And the Huskies is going to try to kill this Opper.
Bomb grenade out.
And I believe it's got to be Xenon on the set on the Killjoy holding that up.
Here.
The Viper's Pit eco here to start collecting some rifles will be very good for the Huskies economy, and I believe that Sheridan is just going to decide to hold and stay here.
Hawk out.
Ascenjo will try to see if he can recover himself a gun, and actually going to elect to die to the bomb.
Should I use a
And what's up on the sky with the op? Will take Chris down at the end of the round. That's an unfortunate exit frag. It's definitely going to hurt the wallets of the Huskies, but round number 2 in the bank. A timeout called for the Huskies. And while we're waiting for that, you guys can come talk to me over here. How's it going? I'm going to be solo casting our first few matches of the day. Unfortunately, Ancient Angel, our traditional Valorant caster, is currently away at another engagement right now. But if the timing works out, you may see him pop up on the stream later today. It's nice being able to cast the Huskies Valorant team. It's been a while since I've been able to talk about their Val games. I mean, obviously I get to watch all of their games and see them play. You know, we've seen in their conferences and NACE, perfect record 5-0, going up to place Maryville University next week. That's a collegiate esports Titan program to fight for that #1 spot in the conference. Both teams are 5-0 in the NACE Star League Varsity Premier West Division. The NECC champions currently undefeated from activation week straight through the first 2 weeks of regular season play. So the conference play for the Huskies has gone swimmingly. Some of these more national, international competitions are still proving that there's definitely some room to grow. And for some reason, Valorant is now in black and white. I have literally never seen this before. What in the heck is going on?
Welcome to my world.
Okay, we're good now. Just a little jump scare for you. Couldn't tell if we're watching Valorant or the Blair Witch Project for a moment. The Halloween vibe on the Husky stream today. Going for another slow default. Now these haven't worked out super great for them in previous rounds, but there's a ton of pressure on the line, and you know, pressure can make you play a little bit more risk averse than maybe you would initially intend. That wall from Chris M is going to bait out that op shot on A site, and the Huskies decide between an operator and a Viper Pit. They're going to take the Viper Pit every time the shots come through onto Kyo. Bondo with the reads, and he will take him down. KJ Util getting blown up on site. Waterfall cleared out with the smokes. With the flashes, I should say. Smokes down on Waterfall and CT. Savo finds an ult kill onto Xenon, who he knows is playing backside. spamming through that CT smoke to try to create some additional pressure, and Bondo now fully set up on backside here. They're gonna start to spam through the boxes. Blind goes through onto Waterfall, and Bondo will get one more smoke down. But the blind op shot through the wall
One enemy remaining.
comes through, and they know that Opera is CT.
Bomb grenade out.
And you have to think,
Sentry. Ah, turret down.
the Huskies, they're gonna fight hard for that one, and they're gonna get it as well into the Viper's pit. It don't matter. Kieno find their third round of the game here, and things are finally starting to look playable and winnable for them in this half.
Here.
Placing sentry.
Economy finally starting to correct itself for the Huskies.
Breathe deep. Toxins going up.
Kieno now forcing through onto this A site.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting.
And they were able to take the operator off. They do have the money to repurchase a new one.
There. Enemy spotted. A.
I'm spotting Raze. The Deafen comes through.
Bomb grenade out. Grenade.
Raze ult out as well, and Tiny the only one to fall. They know he's tracked in tree, and they're just going to swing him with numbers.
Deal with my call.
Leroy caught with his back turned.
Placing swarm grenade.
Planted.
Initiated.
Now will be the Huskies taking control of this A site. Killjoy ult comes through as well. Chris finding the headshot of the Chili Toast. What's up on the flank? He's just outside of the KJ ult. The Huskies are going to have to be aware of that
Cover
on this
going
post
out.
plant here.
Alarm area is clear.
Multiple numbers towards that CT side. And Bondo going to take that zip line, find Xenon. That's a big pick to start things off. Senja just going to swing out drop here.
One enemy remaining.
Last is in tree. They've called him out. He shouldn't have time for this defuse, especially with two Huskies players still on site.
Satchel out.
And Senja will find the kill as well. Kieno taking a few rounds for themselves.
Make sure to follow my pattern.
All off of the back of that Viper's Pit play onto B.
Thank you.
So far, both Vipers leading
Turret
the
out.
scoreboard here.
Quick peeks now.
Shadows traveling.
Hawk out.
One way comes through from Bondo, and the Huskies will look to hit C's site, as actually Bondo will find that opening pick onto what's up. Out in B, the default comes good for the
I
Huskies.
have the spike.
Comes through well. And that important frag for them as well, taking out, you know, that nuisance of a player what's up who's always been finding these flanks and sticking these off shots.
Emitting.
Shadows
You know, I definitely don't think Op and Sky is meta on Lotus,
Emitting.
Bomb grenade out.
but it's been working out for them so far. Leroy finding that second kill into Chris M is an unfortunate end to that seaside push, as the rotation to B through door was actually really good, but
planted.
unfortunately for the Huskies, going down an extra member.
Going out.
Tiny 1v1 versus Bulldog. Bondo will find Chili Toast as he drops. Takes down Kyo for the 3k, finds the 4k into Leroy. There's the ace. Bondo, can you get it? And unfortunately, while Bondo misses the clip, Senja will be there for the refrag. 5-5 now here on the first half, and the Huskies are on a roll right now.
They can't begin to comprehend it.
Oh god, I wanted Bondo to hit that ace. It's just a feel-good clip right now. You know, when you start the round going down on attack, first game of the day, you just need a feel-good pick-me-up to get you through the rest of the match, and that would have been exactly that. But a round. You never complain about winning a round.
Blinded.
Oh, a dub's a dub. This Viper wall through B from Sheridan. Try to fake that crossover.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Bondo will get the trade for Savo as What's Up pushing aggressively with the Sheriff. Secret already broken open.
Poison orb emitting.
And Chris gonna just throw up all of his util here and try to take some very
Poison's
aggressive
off.
space in towards B.
Toxin screen down.
Cover going out. Steal the sight.
Hawk out.
That should give Tiny the info he needs. Got it. Someone's got to be playing this drop side. I think the Huskies are wary of it. Xenon gets taken out on drop. Chris will find that pick.
Ultimate is ready.
Bondo ultimate available. 1 health left for him.
Healing over here. Placing sentry.
We'll get healed up by Tiny.
Out of healing.
Swarm grenade.
Heal will find Chris as the door opens. Tiny re-peeking. Door just got opened again.
Shadows.
They're aware of this. A lot of pressure from a lot of different places right now.
One enemy remaining.
Senja, nice shots. Bondo and Senja.
Last player standing.
As Chili Toast will find it. And the Huskies, I think, just got carried away by the momentum there. Sheridan will take the 6th round. The Huskies are just praying for a 6-6 half.
Last round before the switch.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff. Help a girl out, would you? Cheers, mate.
Turret out. Here.
Snuff them.
Last round of the half. Ultimate's available very close to the Viper's pit. But you're fighting into a number of really important utility pieces on the side of Sheridan. Senja gonna try to take some space here for this B orb. And the Huskies know if they can get an orb on Tiny, if they can get an orb on Chris, that can totally change the outcome of this round. But Sheridan knows this as well.
Poison orb emitting.
Tiny will get it for the ultimate, and he's gonna pop it right away. And they're gonna chase him off the back of that Sky ultimate.
Got your trail.
One spotted out B.
3 for 3.
Chris now not going to be the one to plant, but finds the kill onto What's Up. Finds the second one onto Chili Toast. And Chris, you have the Viper's pit. Just get onto site and pop it.
You should run.
And the Huskies will do fine there as Savo kills the lockdown and Xenon immediately. Great read from them to know, to have that awareness. Chris will get taken down by Leroy though.
Last player standing.
Leroy last alive. No way, Tiny. Shot down by Leroy. I don't know what happened to Chris M on the back, but they had control of that round and I think just got carried away trying to find those frags. Once Xenon went down, I just don't see how we lose that, but just the momentum of the game. Huskies need to restabilize. They still have a tactical timeout for this half,
I'm out of stuff.
as do their opponents at Sheridan. Need to use this time effectively. Really come together on this defensive side. That 6-6 would have made this a lot more playable. 5-7 now. It's definitely still doable, but you know they're reeling from that loss.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Hawk out.
Keanu now going to play for an early A, and they are going to put that orb onto Savo. Bondo going to break down Secret right away here.
Hawk out.
Elected to buy armor and a second smoke
Destroyed.
for himself here, so no blind available.
Poison's off.
Savo will spot numbers out A site. As Sheridan starts to systematically play for info here.
Hawk out.
Gotta think that that B site could be a very good ending position for them. As Dog gets broken here out on C by Chris and Senja.
Poison's off.
Just waiting for that flash to drop the molly to buy some time.
Terminate.
Good shots from Senja. Doesn't have time to recover the
30
ghost,
seconds
but
left.
Chris will find a second frag.
Shadows traveling.
Xenon will take down Senja as the execute comes through from Sheridan. Chili Toast finds one, but he's going to get taken down as he's planting. Chris will find a third
Spike down. C.
on the round. They've called out the last one in Waterfall. Doesn't have time to plant. The Huskies just need to play
10
time.
seconds left.
He's got to run at you,
Last player standing.
and he doesn't have time to plant. Savo will run for his life. It's not a pretty win, but it's a good one, and Savo will re-peek to get the
Just
kill
like
as the
to
round
stand
timer
for my
ends.
Stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Tiny going for the Marshall here on the A site. They're just going to decide to switch over to that Sheriff. It's a nice idea. I was looking forward to it. I was excited about it, but ultimately not the choice for the round. This Chris and Senja will be best friends here again on C site, doubling up on that strong side. As Savo and Tiny taking a ton of pressure here in their attempt to play for that A orb. Sheridan knows they like that orb, and they're not going to let them get it for free as the nade comes through onto Bondo to zone him off. The blind comes out from Secret, and Bondo will stick some shots, but the lurk from B is good from Xenon. He's able to use that Viper's Wall very aggressively, and so far, the eco round for Sheridan
Bomb grenade out.
looking quite strong for them.
Bot coming back.
Plant comes through onto B, and Savo and Senja will regroup here in heaven.
Spike planted.
Savo will find one onto Kyo. You could actually
Last
feel
player
the
standing.
lag there. Oh my god, Senja, what a spray transfer! Senja with the hero play. Maybe not the prettiest anti-eco, but the one you deserve, Senja. With a massive 3K.
Right? Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
Gun here. Help a girl out, would ya?
Being able to carry over that Bulldog and that Sheriff, it ain't much, but it's honest work. The Senja will line the pockets with the Huskies. Going into Sheridan's buy round. The only one not able to go for a full buy here will be What's Up. He's going to be forced onto light armor. The Huskies just going to throw the kitchen sink at Sheridan out of this A main here. They will break Secret themselves. You know, valuing that early rotation. Bunch of Yuto getting thrown out C side as Senja completely forced off the site. And the Huskies will move in fast and strong here.
Here.
Smoke already on site, the default plant coming through, and the Huskies gonna have to be very tactical about this retake.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Chris M on the lurk. Only the Sheriff in hand, but
Here.
we've seen him do much more with less. Already members rotating out dudes.
Toxins going up.
He's just waiting for his teammates to pull that attention and start making some good timings for him. As he's going to speed up his flank here.
Toxin screen down.
Finds one onto Kyo.
Last player
There
standing.
is one more in that corner there as Tiny finds a second one. He's going to try to find a third. Sheridan will get what's rightfully theirs. And taking 2 kills, good. 3 would have been better, but
I can hold an area pretty
2
well
rifles
myself.
removed
Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
from Sheridan College. Artillery.
Placing sentry.
Piano now. on their bye round. This is going to be their opportunity to show how they play on equal footing. Slight ultimate advantage favor Huskies. Not by much, but you're pretty close to that Viper's Pit and to that lockdown. Both of those pieces of utility be absolutely game-changing here, especially in these pivotal bye rounds. And I like this aggressive push here from the Huskies on C site. They've been responding to these slow defaults from Sheridan, and they've tended to execute pretty fast and mostly as 5. I like them trying to meet Sheridan at the gates here. And although nobody shows up C, Bondo will find 2 for himself onto the B site. Tagged down to 5 HP. He's going to get himself out of there. And numbers have been spotted onto B. Sheridan deciding between looking to plant and rotating into C. And they're going to go for it as Tiny finds 1.
Spike down, C.
Knows there's one pushing him waterfall, but gets caught with a flash in hand. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want to sound like I'm coping, but that looked like a 90 ping fight.
Toxins
Chris
going up.
refusing to check the corner that he just got murdered by on the previous round. His game sense is just too clean.
Toxin screen down.
One spotted out waterfall,
One enemy
one
remaining.
sight.
My ult-
Last player standing.
Chris will try his darndest. Senja, we've seen you clutch these up before. He's actually going to stick it to half. And Senja doesn't check his ammo before he takes that engagement on Xenon. As Xenon fully wraps around through water.
If any of you die, I lose a bet with Brimstone, so don't embarrass me like that, please.
Gamma forced onto a save here. They do have the Viper's Pit available, but Xenon has the lockdown as the counter tool. Senja very close to his own lockdown. And this is going to be a very bloody round as nearly every ultimate is available for both teams here.
Don't give them ground.
Huskies gun disadvantage, but
Hawk out.
so far have seemed to be making the right reads with just wrong execution. And that's not a terrible place to be.
Enemy spotted A.
Time to hunt.
This looks to be an A execute from Sheridan as they've already committed onto the site. The bomb going down as well.
Spike
Chris needs to
planted.
decide, is this going to be the round we commit the Viper's Pit? The KJ ultimate comes out, and with no lockdown available for Sheridan, Chris might actually be able to use the Viper's Pit for the retake here. But they are going to have to move fast on that.
Seek them out. Found one.
And unfortunately, Chris taken down way too early. Tiny's going to get some shots stuck onto Chili Toast.
And did you
Davil will find one, finds a second one. Nice flick from him. But they've got to move quickly here.
grenade?
Time is not on their side.
Last player standing.
As Bondo tries to find shots onto Kyo. Kyo will get the best of him. Kiano now down 7-10.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades.
Only trading the Seekers for the lockdown. Well, Sheridan definitely had an advantage here. The Huskies still have this game within reach. It's going to take a little bit of just slowing things down. Like, you can see in some of these fights that crosshair placement just looks a little bit off. And you know, whether it's lag or just comfort or start of the day, whatever it is that's causing it, it doesn't matter, because once you're in game, you've got to find a way to adapt and adjust to that circumstance, to the environment that you're playing in. You know, the bright side of this is that the Huskies, the rounds they're losing is not because they're making the wrong reads. It really is coming down to that mechanical execution and how they're coping with the pressure, right? You know, big rounds like that round 12 overextending onto that CT push. And similarly, on some of these defensive rounds as well, overcommitting that positioning and not playing those crossfires where you have them available. Slight micro corrections in mechanical execution that will have a profound impact on how the rest of the game plays out.
I will not lose
And we're back in vintage mode for Valorant. This is OG Valorant 2004 color scheme. What's the name of that like the color scheme that Disney used for all their videos
Going out.
back in like the 90s? I can't remember. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. I know that people are going to be asking for that in like 10-15 years is bring back beta Valorant.
Here comes the party.
Oh, well,
Satchel out.
Savo's going to try to find his one, and he's going to hop in, shoot, and hop back out again. Play some leapfrog out in A lobby. Lockdown available for Senja. They know he's been leaning this C side. And I wonder, you know, if they've been able to identify that C is the weak side, if they're just going to play to rush that lockdown.
Welcome to my
And in fact,
world.
no, it will be the Viper's Pit committed onto B. Huskies do have this lockdown available, but they're going to need to defend it. You can see Bondo already rotating over to support.
Here.
They know that the smoke, Viper can push this.
Fire in the hole. Good bait.
Kinda will get taken out by Leroy, but Savo holding from just outside. Savo will find one. Last two out B main.
Cover going out.
The Omen ultimate comes through. Kyo spotted out. And the Huskies will wipe Sheridan.
I diffuse things in my sleep.
Handing the defuse over to Savo. Thank you very much. I'll collect my ultimate point, pick up my Phantom, and away we go into round 19.
Know what we're doing? Trust each other and help a girl out, would you?
Chris M with the Viper's Pit available. And these Omen ults, you know, definitely valuable. But maybe not as impactful as some of these higher skill ultimates. With Chris, you know, with the Viper Pit, I wonder if he's going to attempt to just commit it right out B main as soon as the round starts. Just lock this down. And it looks like they are going to play for an opening pick first as the flash comes through out onto A lobby. Savo
I've got your
will
trail.
get himself set up onto Rubble. Chris taken out very early in this round here. Bondo in an uncomfortable position. He will find one.
Shadows.
When Senja picked off on C side, Sheridan knows that's the weak side. They're going to push this fast. Bondo trying to cover some of that space.
Spike planted. One enemy.
Bondo
remaining.
finding two on CT.
Blinding. Cover going out.
And he's actually going to control this guy in CT. They know that Sheridan have taken full control of the site. And they're going to clear him. What's up? No way.
These parasites aren't going to take one
He
step
heard the
past
TP
this
and
place.
read where to put that crosshair, and the Huskies just didn't commit to the crossfire. They had him locked in. There's absolutely no way for him to win that engagement, and yet again,
On my way.
Keanu crumbling under the pressure here.
Let's make some chaos.
Still have rifles though,
Blinded.
and they've spotted out Raze on this push. Savo is going to get blinded out, and that'll be an easy cleanup kill for Chili Toast. Viper's Pit still available. Chris, I'm going to try to find his. Senja with the classic
Player
spam.
standing.
Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
They're
Chris
dead.
M, nice shots onto Q. But Chili Toast just gets the best of him. Keanu has to pull the miracle
Match
4 rounds
point.
straight.
They want to dance? I'll leave. Come on, let's go! Pull out!
Kiana now pushing aggressively out A lobby.
Shadows traveling.
They need to find this. You can see, even in the way that Senja is holding these angles on C,
There.
that pressure really starting to get to the Huskies. They need to find these kills. They absolutely must. Molly out on water from Chris. That should slow down the
Placing swamp grenade.
Sheridan's push.
Toxin screen down.
The TP from Bondo to rotate over to that weak side as Tiny finds the Guardian kill. He will be able to pick himself up a Vandal.
Spike
Viper's pit
planted.
available for Chris, but he doesn't want to commit it.
Seek them out.
Heal up, squad. Found one.
Seeker comes through from Tiny. Bondo needs to find his. Bondo spraying Kyo through the box. One on site, spotted out. Savo will take him down. Last two must be
Not ready
Dunes.
yet.
The smoke
One
comes
enemy
through.
remaining. Last player standing.
Last alive is Bondo.
What's another death?
And he's gonna stick it through the smoke. Bondo, can you get it? Bondo gets the win. He's gonna push for the kill as well. Bondo finds it for the 3K.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Huskies are still in this one. Economy rather similar between both teams. Huskies slightly disadvantaged, but Chris M has the judge and the ultimate. I think he's going to be forced to use it this round.
Sentry.
I'm curious to see where he goes with it. It's likely to be a C placement.
Thanks. I got yous, okay?
And that will be the Viper's ult getting committed right away. The alarm bot comes through from Senja as well. And Senja actually going to double up into play inside of this pit. But I wonder if Sheridan read this. This B side is totally exposed, and Tiny knows this. He's going to start rotating over.
Hawk out.
Flash B lobby for info and none seen. Sheridan seemed to have fully scaled up onto the C. Senja will find the first. Chris M with the judge.
Here.
And they know there could be one up heaven.
Knocked him.
Tiny will find that shot. Good shots from him. And the last two, I believe, are still out Dunes. They do have the ability to push A here. And Bondo's starting to hear those rotations come through.
One enemy remaining.
We'll get the spray. Not the
Spike
cleanest
down
shots,
A.
but you get the job done regardless.
30
And
seconds
that is
left.
bomb as well.
Team Ace.
Savo will find his and should be able to recover himself a Vandal as well. And that's a very big round for the Huskies.
Sorry.
As now their opponent's forced onto an eco. All they need
Can I get this?
is a solid anti-eco
Thanks.
to propel themselves into the next round. Ultimate's going to be available though. Xenon, if he's able to get himself an ultimate orb, will have the lockdown. What's up? Very close to the Seekers as well. They're going to be fighting into the entire artillery lineup from Sheridan on this last and final round. Next round, they need a solid anti-eco, and if they can get Senja that lockdown, even better.
Hawk out.
Senja just jump picking out C.
Cover
Door
going
open. Bondo actually TPing on top of the doorway. Finds one, finds two, finds three. Bondo, what the heck? Goes to the classic, tries to find the right click kill.
One enemy remaining.
Clearing out stairs, stairs spotted. Savo already there. The concuss comes through and the Huskies
Okay,
find a
who's got this
beautiful
map?
anti-eco. Bondo, what the heck was that?
Let me move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
That was inspirational.
Here.
Turn out. Here. Here.
Tombstone's going up.
Multiple pushing this A site.
I've got your trail.
And Chris will find what's up. Just trying to survive to the race. Ulti will take the race down with him, though. Blind missing onto Bondo. Bondo still alive for now. He will find shots onto Chili Toast.
Strike down.
Xenon finds one.
Last player standing.
And last alive is
enemy
Tiny.
remaining.
Will escape the lockdown.
Spike planted.
Tiny. A must-win fight. Tiny finds the flick headshot onto Xenon. And the Huskies have managed to force overtime from an impossible scenario. What a brilliant shot.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And if I sound out of breath right now,
I need this.
that was... My goodness. Between Bondo's on top of a doorstop
Placing sentry.
triple kill to the clutch round on round 24, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a game of Valorant here.
Here. Let's make them dance.
Huskies back on offense in overtime.
Hawk out.
And you know they're coming off a huge high from those last two rounds. Multiple spotted out A site. Chris already taking some pressure here. The flash comes out onto him. And he's pushed through B these last few times. I wonder if Sheridan's going to be anticipating this. Yeah, the dog will spot him. Chris needs to speed up his flank.
Down.
Finds the KJ turret. Is going to force out the Omen smoke. Salvo finding two onto the C site. Chris finds the shot onto what's up. Knows there's one more. But just going to clear this B site here. See if they're playing this doorway. And I believe that's heard waterfall. Pings come out. That is in fact a waterfall push. The Huskies right now 5 versus 2 right now. Flash comes through onto waterfall. Chris now having zoned his opponents off into CT. Both Sheridan members
One
trapped in
enemy
CT
remaining.
here. And Keanu finds a near flawless attack here to start things off in OT. 13-2 favor Huskies.
Switching sides.
And that's a good round.
Don't sit down.
We're not done yet.
Here.
And if we're being honest,
Here.
you know, I have to try to hold my bias when I'm casting these games. I think I've done a pretty good job of it. I have to hold my bias. That was the first clean execution we've seen from the Huskies all game, and it was phenomenal. The other executions have always been very slow defaults into a random pick, and you have those post-plant situations where you're finding, you know, sometimes they feel a little coin flip, a little coin tossy, but that round looked clear, concise, well executed, well designed, well thought out from start to finish, from concept to execution. It's exactly what you're looking for in an attacking round in overtime. And it really proves, I think, how momentum-based Valorant is. You're coming off of 2 massive rounds. You're in such an intense moment, such an important moment, and you're able to lock in and play right to the script. It's exactly what you're looking for in this situation from the Huskies. Well done. As we jump into round... I have to do some math here. 26. 26 Huskies, 13-12.
Placing sentry.
Here. Here. Here.
The Huskies are going to return to their default setup.
Hack. Here.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's Chris going to take his loud stomping boots and run right through water. Savo going to push himself up on top of rubble here. And Huskies aggressively contesting space on virtually every site right now, giving a little bit of space C. As the Viper Wall comes out, Bondo
Okay.
will catch that. Execute coming out C for Sheridan. Chris with the flick onto what's up. Finds one for himself.
Grenade out.
Senja still alive. Playing inside of the Omen smoke on CT.
Alarm bot out.
And the Huskies are going to have to play the retake here.
Look out.
As the KJ turret is called out and broken. No plant down yet, though, from Sheridan. Doros gets opened up.
Shadows travel.
Bondo will smoke it. But I feel like the Huskies are conceding a ton of seaside space. I like this play from Senja. You've got the alarm bot to cover CT. You're going to control this waterfall rotation just to watch for any flanks, but they're forced into playing.
There.
Oh my goodness, Sheridan on the hard rotation to A. Savo posted on this off angle here. He's going to find one for himself. Savo, make that two!
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Tiny will flash out lobby. Bondo posted in
One
rubble.
enemy remaining.
Last called out. And the Huskies have done it!
Defenders win.
They've pulled the miracle comeback
Your monster. You made
to 2-0 in overtime
Never forget that.
and take the first map of the day in the RedBull qualifiers. What a fantastic start to the day. You know, looking at this KD, 28 kills for Chris M, 25 for Bondo. Who said controllers can't frag? The last time we played against Sheridan, it was definitely a good game, a well-fought game, but it looked a little bit stronger for the Huskies. This time they really pulled out all the stops. They made us fight for it, but Huskies, we're not going down today. A fantastic beginning to this match in Keano. We'll put this one in the bag as they progress on to round 2 in the RedBull Campus Clutch, Canadian Qualifiers number 4. Need a top 4 finish to progress to nationals at the end of the month. And as much as I'd love to just dive right into that game and talk about everything that we just witnessed, we've got lots of game coming up today. So we're going to take a quick little break, use it as an opportunity to rest, grab some water, grab a snack, get comfortable, get cozy, because we are in for a full day of some brilliant Huskies Valorant. It's been a pleasure being the host of the stream so far today. My name is Shadi Hanna, head coach of the Keano Esports program, and I'll be back on stream with you in just a few moments as soon as we have our round 2 match confirmed. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Keano Esports stream. My name is Shadi Hanna, and I'm now joined by Ancient Angel, who has magically appeared out of thin air to join me for game number 2 here for today's RedBull Gaming Campus Clutch Canadian Qualifiers number 4 today. Our last chance to qualify for the RedBull Nationals at the end of the month. And Angel, I mean, you've had an opportunity to watch virtually every single competition the Huskies have played in all season. You know, what are their odds today to qualify, in your opinion? You know, as a objective third-party outside voice, what's the over/under on Huskies making it in today?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is what the season has looked like so far. Okay, it's been doing a lot of this. We've been waving a lot. Okay, after the second qualifier, after the second open qualifier for RBCC, I was like, ooh, you know, these guys are looking good. They got 7th. They barely didn't qualify, and you know, I was expecting that third qualifier to just be it, but it was just tragic, right? Like we barely weren't able to close it out against Seneca, and then going right into a match against 07 was just tough. I think it just kind of broke the team. And then coming into this event, this fourth qualifier, this final last chance qualifier for nationals, I was kind of scared because you don't know necessarily how a team is going to bounce back from that heartbreaking of a loss. But man, that overtime game on Lotus that they just played, Bondo getting back-to-back 3Ks, being like the just clutch IGL that he is, able to get that initial clutch when it was down 8-12 in the first place to bring the momentum back in favor for the team. It was beautiful. I'm excited for this match against TMU, I believe. It's round 2. These guys are looking sharp. Oh, I'm so excited. My blood's fired up.
Yeah, it's looking like it'll be a good one for sure. They're just trying to sort out the ping difference in lobby because, you know, the joy of playing Ontario teams is that we get to play on plus 50 ping, which we experienced in the last game, and it was a little bit of a challenge at times. You know, I don't like to cope in games. You know, I do truly believe that the best teams will win regardless of the circumstance, and let's face it, the best team won. But I'm not going to say some of those gunfights didn't look a little stupid on plus 55 thing. I'm not going to say it didn't look a little dumb. So it's something to consider. It's not the reason you win. It's not the reason you lose. But it can add a little bit of additional frustration, especially when the pressures are already so high on performing. And I think that's why the guys are so determined to get to LAN. If we get to Turkey, if we can get through the gauntlet of St. Clair, SFU Pink, 07, you know, in those last rounds, it's an opportunity to show what you're like when all of the other crap is gone. You know what I mean? There's no other excuses or reasons. There's no Johns. It's just you and your game, right? And let your game speak for itself. I think that's why LAN is so important to gamers, to be able to show, you know, how good you are just in a true, clear environment. But you have to prove your worth to get there, and that's a bit of the challenge, right? Is you got to show how good you are to get to LAN, to show how good you are on LAN.
Yeah, I mean it's the LAN dream, especially for a lot of these players on Keano. They really just want to prove what they're made of. Like, this is their opportunity, this is their proving ground, this is their ability that they get to show people that, like, they are serious. And if you're able to just get to LAN, you're able to show everyone, listen, you know, no Johns, but, you know, ping is what separates us. If that's you know, the stance you want to take, you really want to prove yourself, cut your teeth in a situation where, you know, internet has no factor, latency has no factor, it's just pure clicks. And that's what we want to see from these guys. We've seen such powerful plays from these guys so far throughout the season, throughout this whole season, and I think it'd be a shame not to have them at a LAN.
Yeah, it's definitely something we're looking forward to. You know, there will be some opportunities hopefully in Province before the end of the season, but nothing compares with the opportunity to play in RedBull. And that's why, you know, regardless of the outcome of today, the dream is still there, and you know the Huskies are going to be playing their hearts out to achieve it. So it looks like we have settled on Illinois again, so we'll be the Illinois run back for game number 2. It's all good. We took the dub the first time on Illinois, last round on Lotus, and now we're on a Huskies Classic going over to Haven for our first map here against TMU, or our only map, I should say, in our best of 1 against Toronto Metropolitan University Blue.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. Beautiful comp. classic comp. Chris M on the Astra, Savo on the Jet. It's Bondo on that Sova, Tiny back on the Breach. It's looking good. It's clean from these guys. This is the map that they love. This is like the bread to their butter. You know what I mean? They got Haven and then Ascent. These are like the two maps that it's like, if I can trust Keanu to lock down a map, it would be these two. I think it's going to be really interesting on this run back because this is a rematch from a previous Red Bull Campus Clutch qualifier. So, you know, maybe there's some sort of anti-strats or something that might happen. But, you know, ultimately, I think it's just, I want to see some solid team play here. I want to see, you know, Bondo Savo duo towards A on that defense. I want to see Senja getting those lurks. I want to see Chris M especially anchoring down that C site on defense, being a kind of nuisance anywhere he can be on the map.
Select
I'm
your
ready for it.
agent.
Looks like they're having some issues in game lobby right now as some of the players are not able to lock in their character. So we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna leave it just for a second and see what happens. But it looks like it might have gotten kicked back out here. And it did.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Womp womp. We're gonna give it a moment
Silly.
while they get themselves sorted out here.
Yeah, it's collegiate.
It is collegiate indeed. And it looks like they have a player issue right now. Is just one of their team members is just having a difficult time figuring out, you know, how to get himself set up in this lobby here. So we're just gonna give them a moment to see if they can get that sorted for themselves.
It's very difficult when you enter the game and you're an agent select and you have to click on an agent, click lock in.
Yeah, it's
It's a little tough. It happens to me sometimes. You know, I was doing scrims with my premier team last night, and man, I was trying to explain to them how to lock in. It was tough.
Oh boy. Oh man, we're just having fun, of course. It is what it is. You know, esports, right? You just gotta take these things as they come. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too much longer until we can actually get into our game. But it is going to be really exciting to watch these two teams face off. I mean, we've loved watching the Huskies play on Haven. You have a really, really solid offensive line from the Huskies, you know, running that default comp, but the way that they play their pistol rounds, you're going to really enjoy. You know, the way that they do some of these site executes, and particularly, I think their post plants are really, really, really fun to watch because just the way that they coordinate that utility around Tiny and Chris M. They're always finding some really, really nice post-plant scenarios that I think is probably the strongest element of their Haven play. Is like once they get onto site, you're not getting it back.
Oh, absolutely. No, their post plants are beautiful. And also, I think to that degree, I think I want to shine a light on one of the least glamorous roles in Valorant, and actually in most tac shooters, which is the anchor role, the guy who's holding down the site, the guy who's probably dying with the site. And that's Chris M. Like, this dude just does not die. He's guaranteed to get, like, at least one. Most of the time, he's getting two. His anchor work is insane. It feels like he is in the enemy's heads in this little micro game of, like, spot the Chris M. And Chris M is just constantly darting between positions and just not getting killed. And instead, he's just picking them off. He's able to, like, spray down two. It's just wonderful watching this guy anchor down the site. Typically on defense, he's anchoring towards C. On the attack, you see him like able to get off these like phenomenal lurks. Like it just feels like that lane, that C long lane or that C side of the map is just all Chris.
Yeah, I mean the variance definitely too is I think where Chris shines and being able to change up and switch it up on his opponents and keep them guessing. Of course, that defensive side. I mean, we saw from the Huskies on Lotus. Sometimes the default setup is just the way it is, you know what I mean? Like you don't really need to change what you're doing too much. We saw, especially on these 3-site maps, you know, you don't have that much room to move around and adjust because you kind of want to make sure you have presence on every site. So when you're looking at the way they're setting up on these maps, you know, it's gonna look kind of similar most rounds, Except for those ecos where maybe you're getting a little goofy with it, you're getting a little silly with how you're setting up. You're just trying to find some cheesy kills and see if you can take some guns away. But you're gonna see probably the pretty consistent defensive setup from round to round, with some slight mid-round variance, right? Where am I? How quickly am I rotating over to my weak side, right? Where am I pushing? Where am I dumping my util? But especially on a map like Haven and Lotus, where there's so much space for the attackers to go, and you want to make sure that you're gathering as much information as possible. The only thing changes, I think, really is how deep you're playing on the site. Certain characters are almost always going to be in the same spots. Like we've seen that with Breach. Virtually every Breach player on Haven is going to do the exact same thing, right? Because it's the best. It's the best thing you can do. And speaking of the best, what do we think about this composition from TMU?
What am I looking at? I see Phoenix. I see Double Sentinel, Chamber Killjoy. I see Solo Initiator Sova. Okay. I do see I can already kind of see the merit of the comp. You have that kind of that like double-esque Sentinel, double-esque Duelist thing, because Chamber kind of gets to flex and be half and half. We see, I think Phoenix, there is merit to picking Phoenix on Haven if you have a really comfortable Phoenix player. Like if you see a guy, like if you have a guy on your team and he really likes playing Phoenix and he doesn't really like playing Jett that much, I think that Phoenix has its legs. We saw teams like NRG use it at points during 2022 while Chamber was meta. So I think that there's absolutely credit to it. The more pressing matter, in my opinion, is what this comp looks like with the double Sentinel. And as we go into this first pistol round, you have actually Senja set up towards C, Savo not spotting anything towards A immediately. He decides to pull back. The smoke's coming towards the B site, and Bondo is here to delay. He's not able to find fives. DK is able to take down Chris M. It's a 3-on-3 retake. Savo able to find fives. We're going right into the action here.
Yeah, Husky's getting tagged out quite a little bit on that fight. The right click coming out from fives onto Bondo, I should say. I don't think you're really expecting that. He had the ghost out, he had vision on him. You think that's a clean fight, and getting picked off and going a man down early. Husky's definitely lit up. It's going to be a little tricky for them to execute on this retake now.
It's going to have to be a distraction made by those players towards C, Senja and Tiny, to buy time for Savo, because one bullet from Savo and he's gone. And the fault line does come in. Senja goes down. It has to be Savo and Tiny now. Savo looking to initiate. He procced his Tailwind.
Last player standing.
He gets caught out by Sean in towards that backside, and Decay swings onto Tiny. It's a pistol round for TMU.
Yeah, that pistol round B side, I mean, we see that very, very often here on this map. I don't know what the call out was to put Tiny over to Garage. I think it was a read on the Phoenix. They're thinking, oh, Phoenix, he's going to want to flash through Garage and take Garage, so we're going to put Tiny on top of this alarm bot. And I don't hate it. I don't hate the line of thinking. Where I feel like the setup was weak is that now you have this B side with a very late Breach rotation, right? Like, it's not, he's because he's playing so deep in Garage, he's just so much slower on that rotation than you would really like to see from him. And,
Scanning ahead.
You lose a lot of that initial pressure that you may have liked to see.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure lost and not a lot of value gained, I feel like. Even if the Phoenix had pushed, you still have that alarm bot and you still have time to kind of play around it. Now, as we get into this eco round, Savo back on the Sheriff. I think this is, shots you want to take. Chris M gets a little too busy in towards C long. Does get pressured out by Hunj, and Senja has to back up from Garage after the utility war that was waged in there. Numbers are down for Keanu. I think that because this is an eco, you want to just try and look for, just some solid picks, call it a day. And Bondo able to do just that, able to take out Decay. Sean very quick with the trade.
It's a good shot from him for sure, and I think when you're playing into this chamber, you have to know that that sniper rifle is going to come out. It's probably going to be B window or C long, maybe A long, but especially when you're hearing those shots come out C. I think that aggressive peak, especially when you're on an eco and you're at a gun disadvantage, is a nice way to get your head taken off very early on in the round. So Huskies will be playing this down 3v4 here on the retake. Definitely doable, but the odds are not in their favor.
Odds stacked against them as Savo goes down, drops his Sheriff over. Senja isn't able to find anything, as it's a pretty solid anti-eco. out of TMU. And moving into this bonus round, I think you just want to see a clean round, right, out of Piano. I'm hoping that they're able to kind of get something special done. You see Tiny actually opting towards that C side, just leaving Bondo and Savo alone towards A. And I think that's the right call, is we haven't really seen that much early round A aggression. We've seen a couple pieces of utility thrown around, like a dark cover here and there, but nothing that suggests TMU is going to continue to pummel this A site early round.
Yeah, I think the idea with the breach here is to play counter snipe, and it's exactly what he's doing right now. Is they know that long C fight is going to come out. They know that there's the risk of a chamber, and having the breach utility there to kind of counter the chamber definitely makes a lot of sense.
Right here.
But
and we saw just that. There was 2 huge picks at the start of the round from Tiny. I mean, that took out the Phoenix and that took out Smokes, which means towards this late round, it's going to be really difficult for any player on TMU or just the team as a whole to really commit to a site, as they have no way of smoking off angles.
Yeah, I think the only thing I dislike about the setup is that you're putting your breach really far away from your Jet, and the Jet is the best character you have on your team to capitalize off of the pressure that you're creating, right? They're the one that's going to dive in after your flashes. They're the one that's going to, you know, jump through your stuns and get the trade on those concussed targets. So you definitely can control a lot of space, but you can't really aggressively fight for space, and you're seeing that in the Huskies as they have to play basically retake on every single plant so far.
Yeah, playing retake isn't always the best idea, but when you do have numbers, it gives you that opportunity and that avenue to just trade things out. As Senja looking to clear out Garage, has his turret in hand. Savo gets spammed down on a jump peek, and Hunj actually takes out Bondo. It's now numbers go back in favor of TMU. Senja trying to spam down Hunj through the box. It works. Looks to try and find Sean, but Sean able to collect both Senja and Savo, which is a 3rd round for TMU, and that is a big one.
So this is what I'm getting at, right? Is you're playing into a comp that's double Sentinel, right? And Sentinels are good at stopping you from getting to places where you want to go. I personally feel that if you're able to fight for space early into a composition that doesn't have as many resources or utility pieces for taking space aggressively, you can stop them at the gates before they get onto site. Because once they get onto site, now you're retaking into KJ utility, you're retaking into chamber. It just doesn't feel good. It feels
You want to
tough.
play? Let's play.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough decision, and I think it's something that Piano are going to start to deal with now, coming into this 2nd quarter of the half. And in this round, it's an eco out for Kiano. So again, you just maybe want to get a couple kills. Something that I haven't really liked is this kind of lax setup towards the extremities. You can see it immediately on the tour de force. Hunj able to find Bondo, and Savo having to back up due to that drone. Sean takes out Tiny in the garage. Tiny's getting a little too zealous there. Fives. Find one onto Savo. Senja able to pick up his kill. But now it's Chris M, 1v4. Weapons against him, it does not work out.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, you're fighting into a chamber ults when you're on, you know, literally nothing. Like, you're hard eco into a chamber ultimate on a map that's really, really favored towards sniper duels, especially through all of those long angles that you can play. It's a tough round, but the way that the Huskies were contesting space on that last round looks a lot more like what you want to see from them, you know, in a full buy round. It's exactly what I want to see from them when they're on equal footing.
When you're on equal footing, yeah, absolutely, you want to see that. But I think even now we see that Recon Bolt immediately get destroyed. It's going to be an A main fight. Senja able to find 3, actually 2, if you exclude the Phoenix ult. But that's an insane spray down to Garage. TMU just wanted to take that fight, wanted to just get through Garage, pummel through, do a quick C split, and it's done. But Senja completely shutting that down, poising Kiano up to take their first round. Instead, this flash comes through on towards that B site. They know this Phoenix is going to be close. Savo just playing around this mid box here, opting to go up in the corner. No timings have really been called or taken yet. So we're back to a mid-round default. Now, there is this kind of core still alive, so expect a site take to come through pretty cleanly. if a site goes undefended, where you have the smokes and you have the duelist and the
Spike
sentinel for the
planted. You
post
should
plant.
run.
Spike does get planted at A, and a lockdown gets invested. Hunter's Fury does come out to counter it. And Savo is able to find Decay, trying to push through and get that Hunter's Fury out. Recon does get destroyed. Savo down to the site now. Stallion able to find Senja. Chris M trades out immediately, but Sean 1v4 found the first two. Down to a 1v2. Tiny at low HP. Chris M in his own Nebula. Tiny able to close it out, and Chris M getting the defuse. We'll give it off to Tiny.
Reloading.
It's a lovely first round from Keanu, I think.
Not your day, is it?
Yeah, it's definitely a good round that you're happy about. You're able to take your round win. You're able to get your kills. You're able to get that retake set up again. But you're also losing 3 rifles. And your opponents, you know, they're coming off of some really, really big wins. I wouldn't even be surprised if Huns just buys himself an offensive op right now and puts that pressure on. And that's definitely going to be challenging to deal with when you're still at a disadvantage buy.
Yeah, but at the same time, you are on the attack. So, is the op really necessary here? No. So, I mean, he could buy an op, and that is still something that you have to be wary of, but will it be an op? Probably not. We'll see, as Bondo really trying to get this information out early, trying to figure out what side of the map these teams are trying to hit. Chris M doing his classic, patented at this point, jump peek towards C long. Feels actually kind of interesting to have your Astra do this. I feel like normally this is like an Omen or a Killjoy, but because they're running Astra, makes sense.
Jokter coming in towards B main, and that means DMU is going to look to start this execute here. And the Huskies going to be able to take that close corners fight onto B. It's definitely an interesting choice from TMU, considering they're playing into that weaker gun buy from the Huskies.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weaker gun buy, but Huskies do have the round. Like, they did get the last round, and there is actually some ult economy in their favor, as we see Savo using that Blade Storm.
Yeah, I think the ultimates is going to be the big changer here. You know, Senja's already set up for that lockdown on A site for the retake, and that's going to get committed right away. Keanu may be able to make this work here.
No Hunter's Fury to counter this, so this has to go in. They know exactly where these players are going to be playing. If they choose to go off-site, which they have to, unless they get detained. There is one detained, actually. And all of the utility dumped hell actually taking care of Decay. Savo able to find another onto Stallion. Sean does trade back. It's 4v3 now. Nanoswarms have been popped on that spike. Bondo stepping in towards short, making sure the Rolling Thunder gets committed as well, just to keep these players away. As Tiny sticking his defuse, it has to come through now. Chris M able to find that first punch. With that off, peeks into Chris M. The time is low. Does he peek it? He does, but there's no time remaining. Oh, such a close round for Keanu, but they lose it.
Let me just say something to pat my bronze ego. What did I say Huns was gonna buy on that round?
Yeah.
And it matters. It absolutely matters, because in this round, on this map, that op controls so much space, and it's so difficult to counter, right? There's so much, because usually you're abusing things like your angle elevation, right? You're abusing your height advantage. You're abusing, you know, your utility, whatever it is. But that operator really defines how you play the map. And going into this next round again, they have the op money again. I wouldn't be surprised to see them run it back. They might not. But I think it's always something that you have to be fearful of, is when they have a chamber, can that aggressive op actually be utilized effectively?
Well, they were able to utilize it there in that clutch situation. Admittedly, the time was too low. So, you know, you can make the argument that they utilized it well, but you could have done the same thing with advantage. So, we'll see as Senja does go down to Sean early. Tiny with that Guardian, not able to get anything done. Chris M here, anchoring that C site. I talked about him before the match started. He's going to be sitting in his own Nebula, just trying to wait things out, make sure that the team isn't going to collapse onto the site too early, or maybe that he can get a timing. The Nebula goes down, and he's calling that C long is clear, which would, you know, mean for this side it would be a rotate, but Sean on this re-clear clears him out, gets him down. Decay on that lurk through B, able to find one onto Bondo, and now it's Savo 1v5 with it all to do. He's able to get the bandit, re-peeks in, isn't able to find Decay. On Bolt flushes his aim away, and fives takes the life. It guarantees a tied half here.
Stay taut as a
Yeah,
bowstring.
it's
The fight commences.
you know, we've talked about Haven, about that triple timeout, or sorry, I saw the timeout and I got confused. That triple site map and how offense sided those maps typically are, just because you have so many different places to play and how difficult it is for your defenders to collect info. I think TMU have been abusing that really well. They've done a good job of like baiting out rotations, identifying that weak site, and then just crashing onto it and getting set up for their post plant. And I think it's why I really want to see the Huskies, like when they're on that lurk, just really accelerate the pace of that lurk. Find the timings, you know, to get in there, crunch that space, and start contesting for some information of your own, because that slow, patient game that they like to play isn't going to work against a team that has better tools to deal with that, right? And particularly on a map where it's more favored for them in that information war, just a little bit. It's something you really have to be mindful of as you're doing your pre-round strats.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that really does push this like for Keanu's favor, I guess, to a certain degree, or like something that I wish they could start doing, is kind of this play of like, it feels like they're not committing to any sort of play that they're making, right? So like you saw Chris M there push in towards C long, and instead of just continuing the push because you're down numbers and you need to make a play, he just sits in cubby and then gets re-cleared. I wonder if that round would have went any different if Chris M just committed to the push, right? So maybe now that they have guns, maybe there's a bit more confidence in the rest of the team. We do see Savo on this op here, choosing to play towards C and try and play alongside Chris M. Bondo down to this Marshall, though. Has to give up the site immediately.
Marshall in the hands of Bondo, operator in the hands of Savo. The snipers are out for this map right now. They know that if they're going to play this passive game, they need to be able to stay in the battle, even from range. And the op shot comes out. I believe that's got to be from the chamber again on the side of TMU. And they are going to be pushing that aggressive op here towards that A site and lock down a ton of space. I wonder if the Huskies are going to commit to this fast lurk here. Chris is just going to hold down B for a minute. They may have to go for a little bit of a flank play here if they want to start crunching and pressuring that operator.
Well, there comes that cosmic divide. This is something that I've talked about before. I want to see it come out for them. Chris M just choosing to play by B, waiting for any sort of potential spike plant to come down. The fear
Spike
is right now
planted.
is that there's a huge gap in that C site. Spike actually went down towards A, so it doesn't really matter.
Coming back.
As now, Chris M just opting to play things quiet. Tiny as well in towards heaven, ready for this retake whenever. Savo just trying to tie in the off. Hell gets blinded. Stallion from Falco able to find one. Fives from Graffiti as well. And Fives actually finds another one.
Last
Onto
player
Chris M in towards
standing.
heaven. Savo goes down. It's Bondo alone. 1v4. He has nothing but a Marshall. Trying to save that op doesn't come through. It's a 7th round now out for TMU.
That moment is gone.
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult situation trying to retake that again without any of that pressure in through short. I wonder, you know, if it can be tricky maybe thinking about flanking, and especially, you know, playing into A long into the chamber maybe, you know, you're worried about him watching that flank. I don't really know what the rationale is there, but I think 5 funneling through CT in that situation is just really, really challenging. You know, especially when your breach is leaning up heaven, you don't really have a bunch of solid flash lineups or concuss lineups that you can run through to try to contest that space quickly. But that is going to be the first early concuss we see coming out A side, and look at the Huskies here pushing in right into A lobby, trying to gather as much info as they can.
Yeah, and immediately we saw a C-Rush come out for TNU. Chris M, critical miss shots. Oh, he had the timing. Unfortunately, those shots miss, and Fives takes him out. The turret on the flank
Spike
does
planted.
spot out Bondo. As now, it seems like they just want to crunch in through Garage. Savo and Bondo both here. Wary of any possible push from CT that's made. Tiny and Senja now pushing
Take flight.
in from that CT angle.
Enemy
Bondo
mark.
just using that drone, trying to clear by some
Last
space.
player
100 decay,
standing.
each find
Team
one.
ace.
Tiny only able to find one as the rest of the team gets cleaned up. It's a team ace out for TMU in an 8th round.
I told you you're okay. You're okay.
Yeah, a
man.
tough round as well, and I think Chris, you know, missing some of those shots definitely hurts the round. I don't know if it's the reason you lose. You know, you're already in a tricky situation where, again, they've identified the weak side, they've crashed it as 5, and you're forced into that retake situation, which we've kind of already talked to death, I think, a little bit at this point. But I do want to call out what I liked about Savo and Bondo Savo on that flank was how quickly they tried to contest that space. I think on a better gun buy, maybe they commit to that flank. It's just really challenging when you're just on Sheriffs. And it's funny because they always play with so much confidence when they have the least amount of utility available to do it.
Amateur.
Yeah, it's almost like this idea of like, well, we have nothing else to do, so let's just try and get a headshot. It's like, well, why don't we do that when we have a Vandal?
Exactly, that's it.
Let's just get, you know, everyone has a plan until you get your head ripped off by a Vandal, and it's like a Vandal is a lot easier to rip someone's head off with than a Sheriff, you know? So just let's lean into our firepower here, and you know, maybe because you're down 8-1, like you think maybe you don't have it, but you just took numbers there, so number advantage for Keanu now. You definitely don't want to lose this, and we talk about how
You
Haven's
should
an
run.
attack-sided map, but you know,
Right there.
getting 4 here is still perfectly fine, like perfectly acceptable. And now as this B hit seems to come in, Savo looking on this flank immediately. Fives does get traded out
Spike
finds that
planted.
kill onto Tiny, which is kind of important as now these 2 Sentinels remain alive as the spike gets planted, but there's no breach util to really force these fights in the favor of Keanu. You're kind of having to have Bondo do it all. Sean on this re-clear back through attacking spawn does find Savo.
Player standing.
Finds one onto Senja, finds another onto Chris M. Bondo in a 1v2 now. We've seen him clutch so hard throughout this entire series. The spray comes through for Hunge. It's a shorty in the smoke that does it. 9-1 lead now for TMU.
Yeah, I think that round, you know, it's just the timing of things was really unfortunate. The re-clear from Sean was like very, very unfortunate for Savo because he kind of just jumped him right when you least expected it. But I think, you know, maybe speeding up that retake just a little bit to try to time it with Savo's crunch through a window would have been good. And you said something on that last round that really spoke to me, right? Which is, you know, we're talking about this being an attack-sided map, and I think what occurred to me about, you know, as I'm watching this team play and how they're setting up their defense, is they need to start playing defense with an attacker's mindset, right? This map favors attackers because there's a lot of difficult places to defend your info, and I think if you play attack with the same approach in mind, you can really start to find some advantages for yourself.
And those advantages starting to come through now as we're seeing this kind of brawl on the C site go in favor of Keanu now. It's Fives in a 1v2. You don't want to lose this now. Savo in towards C long, able to catch Fives off guard. It's a crucial second round for Keanu, and they're finally able to get it.
And they are going to be able to recover
Last
this operator
round
for
in the
Savo.
half.
Of course,
Last
TMU
round
is
to use our
literally
best
just
enemy
rolling
goals.
in extra
Don't
cash
waste
right
your
now. They've
firepower.
got beds full of money right now. So it's not going to make a huge difference as far as, you know, building any sort of equipment advantage. But at least, you're going to see Keanu able to fight back a little bit with what they've got in their pockets. And this breach ultimate from Tiny as well, being able to retake this B site, I think could be the difference maker in this map.
You want to
Difference
play?
is
Let's
really
play.
coming through now, as you don't really have any room to play with. 9-3 is what you're looking for. The C hit looking about ready to come in. Tiny does have a rolling thunder here to delay. The flash comes out to buy time. Savo posted up towards B with waiting for something to peek into him, but it's all patience on the side of TMU as Bondo's playing super far back at A, and it kind of makes me wonder if they're ready to rotate in. If they've read the pressure and they're trying to manipulate rotations. There's the From the Shadows coming out for TMU. In towards heaven, Bondo saw a sliver.
Yeah, I think Bondo just making the read that Omen ulti. People like to dump that up in A heaven. He wants to see if he can get that clear timing. You know, catch him off guard before they're ready. But so far TMU playing very passive. That is going to be the Silver Dart getting committed out A, and that should give the Huskies an inkling of what they want to commit to on this round.
I mean, you have to commit everything at this point. You cannot leave anything on the table. The Rolling Thunder gets committed now. Lockdown, soon to follow. Savo holding the CT angle, and Tiny with a crucial kill onto Fives from that heaven. Now, as the CT push comes in, Decay eventually gets taken out of his run it back. Chris M.
Oh
on this
my
flank
gosh.
through long. All three players are detained. The first one goes down. Stallion, second one, and third. They're all going down. That's the crucial third round needed for Keanu.
That was That was interesting. Chris was kind of just playing whack-a-mole towards the end there. He's just running and he's like, tap this, tap that, tap the next
Switching
one. He's
sides.
going crazy, just one by one by one. It's a great lockdown from Senja, and I think it's a really excellent use of utility from the Huskies. And again, I think the way that round played out is really you have to give credit to their ability to contest that space, because you have this operator from Savo holding down B, making it difficult to fight that angle, right? The only flash you have available is the Phoenix flash, and it's good, but Jet has so many ways of dodging with it or dealing with it that it's not that effective in that wide open space. You're sending 3 members down C to crunch out C. You're basically corralling the opponents into this A site and just feeding them into that breach KJ combo. It's a brilliant usage of utility for that combo, and I think really have to give credit to Bondo, the IGL there, for recognizing that opening.
Placing sentry.
It was a super crucial opening, and it's very thankful that you get this. It gives you the tiniest bit of wiggle room, right? Like, you know, if you go down 210 and you lose pistol, and then you lose the anti-eco after because you have to save, you have to play for OT. Whereas at least here, you give yourself wiggle room. Savo, though, not trying to need that wiggle room, takes out 5s. It's the first kill of this half, as we see Keanu now on the attacking side.
I like this reclear of Garage here, though. They're going to start to break through that KJ util and threaten this crunch. I was a little concerned about that 5-man window play, but they are setting it up now for the crunch here.
Chris M needing to stay alive here has a ton of play utility.
One enemy remaining.
Chris M able to find one onto Decay. Stallion does get traded out after getting that pick onto Bondo. Savo on the reclear to the front of the site. They know that Sean is there. Sean swings out trying to find them. It doesn't come through. It's a 4th round for Kieno, and I mean, it looked like a completely different team on this pistol round.
Like I said, this is the map. We're playing aggressive and contesting space, you know, with intention and very efficiently, right? Very decisive on your attacks. You are rewarded for that style of gameplay, and I think you're going to see that the Huskies on attack are going to look very different than the Huskies on defense.
Well, I'm here for it. If they look very different, then we should expect to see a ton of rounds going the way of the Huskies. Savo now leaning towards A. It's the whole team here. They just want to get this round over and done with. They know that TMU gonna be on an eco, but Hunj showing the power of that. Oh my goodness, through the wall, Chris M finds a double dink onto 5s. Never mind, forget what Hunj did with the headhunter. It doesn't matter. Chris M said, "Nah, we're equalizing now."
He had the 6th sense. He sees into the future and he knows, you know, walls don't mean anything to Chris M. He just sees headshots.
Chris M beyond barriers. It doesn't matter. Tiny swinging out, trying to find anything.
Got one.
Nothing comes through. Hunj tries to TP out after dropping. It doesn't work. Tiny able to trade out to K as well. It's a 3v2 number still in favor of the Huskies. Now it's a 3v1. Tiny finds that kill onto Sean. Unfortunately, a lot to do for this Omen, but no time to do it. Stallion goes down, and it's a 5th round now for Keanu.
It's a great take from Chris, you know, to recognize that he has to kind of step up once Savo gets taken down. You know, coming off the back of Tiny's flash there through truck, you know, using that to take that space aggressively, and a lucky headshot onto Silva. You know, let's call a spade a spade. That's you can practice that as much as you want, but that was definitely, you know, a gift from the gods there. But it does open up a ton on the map, makes it very difficult for the reclear to come out for TMU once that Silva goes down. Excellent execute by the Huskies.
It's an excellent execute. Now as we go on to this bonus round, we see Bondo with but a ghost opting not to really buy into this round, let his economics, his little economic magistry do the work for him. Savo ready to launch into this B site at a moment's notice. Bondo, instead of sending in the recon dart, just trying to clear out Garage. It seems that this is where the Huskies want to take that first engagement. They do get rid of that turret immediately, and that's going to force a lot of pressure off of that B site in towards Garage more and more. Dark cover is there to block off the main angle, and it seems like the Huskies are just trying to look for a push, look for an opportunity.
Yeah, I like that fake reclear to A going into the C hit, because you've already put so much pressure on the C players that they're scared to quick rotate. But that is going to be the Omen smoke coming down, so they seem to be pretty aware of this play from Piano. But I don't know if awareness really stops you from getting breach done, and I think that's going to be a huge play here from Tiny as he's able to open up the map and Chris finds the opening kill.
It's a super huge kill. Sean can only get one before getting traded out. Fives, exact same. A push from Decay, not working. Hunch finds two though, and now it's a 1v1. Tiny sticking to this spike. Does not care for Hunch's pushes, and it doesn't matter. Tiny clutches up yet again. It's a 6th round for the Huskies.
I don't know what it is with this guy, with the pop out, find the headshot, boom bada bing, and it's the round taken away. Like, you know, it's so clinical, the mechanics from this guy. He plays Breach like a duelist. I don't know how to explain it any better than that, but he plays Breach with the confidence of, like, your auto-lock Reyna in your 2 a.m. lobbies. Like, and it's beautiful, because it's exactly what you need in those moments, and it's why he finds himself on top of those situations more often than not.
He's got the confidence of Arena, but thankfully he doesn't like one, because my goodness, those guys are going like 6 and 32. You know what I mean? It's sad. But
It's
Tiny's got that firepower, so thankfully enough.
Reloading.
And now as we go into round 16, it seems that they've put a fair bit of pressure on A, and maybe they're reading out a stack. They want to go see here. Bondo using that owl drone just to try and find anything. Does get paranoid, so unfortunately not able to see anything beyond the smoke. Savo decides to just screw it and dash in. He sees 3 there. It has to be a brawl now. Tiny finds 2. The 3rd gets found by Chris M. The teleport out from Stallion doesn't work, and it's a 1v4. Now as the spike gets planted.
Standing ahead.
That was just a
Enemy spotted C.
nothing much doing for Decay. He's able to back away out of garage. He doesn't get killed that early, but it's over. That round at least, not the map.
I'm telling you, man, Huskies on offense is like
Don't think it's
something completely different than Huskies on defense. You know the meme where it's like the frickin' Doge, like the little Doge and then the Chad Doge? I feel like that's literally like Huskies defense versus Huskies offense on Haven. And I know I'm way too old to be making Doge memes in 2023. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to talk about it.
It's not 2014, bro.
But it's still relevant. Like, am I wrong?
Yeah.
Like, a relevant meme is a relevant meme,
You're
right?
I mean, listen, if you wanna modernize it, maybe you could go for like the
You want to
like,
play? Let's play.
Actually, I don't know. Give me a second.
Yeah, well, let my
But I get what you're
Zoomer
saying.
casters go hop on 9. Do people still use 9gag? iFunny? What's the where do you
Dude,
find
listen.
memes?
Dude, the last time I used the iFunny, I was in middle school, man.
Anyways, that's why I'm letting you take charge today. I'm just gonna sit here and say my silly little comments, my silly little analysis. But at the end of the day, the moral of the story is that when you play this map with confidence, when you play aggressive, when you run in, you chat out, and you take those gunfights, you really do create opportunities for yourself that otherwise would not be presented to you. And we're seeing that from the Huskies here, currently on a 4-round win streak.
It's a 4-round win streak, and look at Savo inserted here towards A short. This is huge because if it means that the Huskies want to commit to this A site, he's already ahead of the push. And that's exactly what we're seeing as they start to recollect towards long. Savo's gonna get activated, and I'd probably say it around the 35-second mark. So watch in these next 5 seconds. Savo gonna start to peek as the rest of this util comes in. There's the smokes going in. There's the fault line, the rolling thunder as well. Savo and Senja teaming up, double manning up short. The fault line for the opposing side comes in. Savo doesn't care. He takes care of Huns immediately. And now the spike gets planted towards default. Bondo getting lowered down because of those shocks. This heaven push.
Joke's over.
Trying to come in. Posting up that gravity well there. That's huge. Savo just opting to keep himself alive. Decay gets 2 run it back. Chris M not able to find anything. It's such a close round, despite what the numbers try and tell you. Oh my goodness, it's a 10th round that goes the way of TMU.
Yeah, I really like that play actually from TMU where you have the Phoenix ult dropping, and as soon as Savo finds the kill onto him, the swing out comes out. Like you're taking that timing really well because you know that they're gonna be just waiting to see where that Phoenix is respawning and kind of playing off that timing. So it was a really nice take there for that heaven play. Beyond that, I really felt like the Huskies, they got their plant down, but Tiny getting tagged down to 4 HP to start things off, I think really does hurt them. Because now he's susceptible to spam, right? And anytime you can get spammed out on a retake like that, it limits your options for how you can play.
Revealing area.
Your options
I
do
have the spike.
surely get limited. As now when we look at the ult economies for both sides, we do see only the Cosmic Divide available for Keanu, but that is a super powerful ult, especially on executes, so maybe it's kind of good that they didn't
Deploying
burn it
drone.
towards the end of last round.
Right here.
Bondo using this ever so faithful owl drone in towards Garage, spotting out nothing but Fives at the very end. So Fives having to back off, moves towards C, maybe just to provide some false info,
Right here.
maybe think that Keanu,
Swarm grenade.
try and suss out, maybe give Keanu this impression that there is a C stack. It doesn't come through. Instead, it seems that Keanu just want to hit this B site. Chris M on this like kind of lurk slash anchor towards A, preventing any push. This execute's coming in now. Savo does get backstabbed from A.
Barrier is dead.
It's a 2v1. It's that
down,
crunch.
B.
Fives
Last
staying
player
alive in towards the back of the site. It leaves Chris M alone in a 1v4. 40 seconds left on the clock, so there is a chance that something gets done here, but I wouldn't count on it.
No, it was just Huskies not properly clearing their corners, and Stallion playing inside attacker side spawn. He's gonna catch Chris on that push through doorway. You know, I almost wonder if you're Chris there, do you just play to save? Like, I know you've got money, but like, it's so hard on that 1v4. I don't really see how that ends up in your favor.
I should probably place some
Yeah,
stars in the
you
astral
have to.
plane.
You have to just, I think,
Should
save
do.
at that point. Just, you have the rifle on you. You can maybe try and grab like an extra rifle for one of your teammates, because now, as you're down to, you're giving 11 rounds to your opponent, you really don't have that much room to work with. You really want to try and maximize this economy, and when you're in a 1v4 with like 30 seconds left, it's just, it seems so difficult to try and get anything done. You're just better off saving. What I want to see in the future from these rounds from Keanu is I want to see a bit more presence of mind. Maybe it's just from the calling side from Bondo. Maybe it's just from the awareness of the other players. I want to see a bit more presence of mind of where these two Sentinels are. We talked about the double Sentinel comp very, very briefly at the start, and it's something that you saw in that round. Is we had the chamber set up towards that garage or C area, and then you had the Killjoy set up towards A. And so if you can kind of try and figure out where the chamber is versus where the Killjoy is, that should give you a general idea of what side you want to hit. Because me personally, I'd rather deal with one little bitty trademark and a guy with a gun than a guy with a gun and a turret and an alarm bot and two mollies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, like, you know, deciding where they're going to hit based off of where those agents are located, I think is really, really, really crucial. I also think, you know, a big thing, you know, about that last round there was the execute itself, in theory, was not bad. You'd kind of isolated that the Sentinels were playing on those extremities, and you're trying to crunch onto that B site. It was the timing of how they chose to clear. Like, Savo swung out to clear backside before they dealt with A-Link. And I think it's just making sure that you're following your protocols on those executes, so that you're not skipping any steps when you're going for that
I have
final
the
push.
spike.
Yeah, you need that 1-2-3 setup. Savo opting to buy into a Bucky and then just use the Blade story. I'm intrigued. I want to see the Bucky actually get some action for whatever reason.
I think it's just a discount stinger is how you have to look at it here. It does a stinger's job, but it's cheaper. And especially when you have the knives, you know, you can still play from range. It just gives you a close-up option where you can avoid wasting that ultimate.
Yeah, and now we see this A fake come in actually for Chris M, as he opts to get himself out. Just try and play a little bit of time. The Cosmic Divide does come in towards that C site, so watch for it. Savo in towards the back of the site here. Bondo just planting for long, making things pretty crucial. Savo playing around this Cosmic Divide, trying to prevent any push. The lockdown comes in as well for the post plant. Hunter's Fury could come in to counter it. So actually there it goes. It's dueling Hunter's Furies out. Bondo not able to find any tags, but oh, both lockdowns destroyed by both Hunter's Furies. Okay, so that was the play there. Oh, but there's so much utility getting forced out. Savo has to get through that corner. The re-clearing garage comes through for Stallion. Decay straight through the smoke onto Senja. Sean able to find timing. Bondo 1v5 despite getting stuck. Tons able to take him out, and now it's match point for TMU.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for the Huskies now. I believe they are going to be forced onto... Yeah, they're forced to force buy, essentially, here. And they're going to be stuck in that situation for the rest of the map. They've got to win 5 straight. Now, we saw them do it on Lotus. We saw them pull it together on Lotus. We know it's within their realm of capacity. We know they can do this. They know they can get it done. But what key changes do they need to make? What's the key adjustment that needs to come out for these guys to be able to pull that miracle together?
I think it needs to be more aggressive space taking. We saw in that round, we didn't, like, there was no real presence towards Garage until Chrisam got there super late. And by then, it was like they could just re-clear it out before Chrisam could even have a hold on the site. Instead, it's just an A rush coming out for Keanu, and I think this worked out pretty well. They read that maybe it was a read that there was just no one here. Instead, there's a heavy flank coming through the K, able to take Bondo. That's crucial. Spike does get planted, but as this heavy flank comes through, Hun's in through heaven, able to take down Sabo. Senja having it all to do here on this flank, needs to make sure that his players on site don't die. Ryan does go down. Chris M able to take one with him. Senja finds the first, but does get traded out. TMU able to take the second round and find it. And unfortunately, that knocks the Huskies down to that 1-1 round.
Yeah, Keanu now, basically, as far as Red Bull is concerned, forced to win the next 2 matches. There is no room for error. Not just win, but with a high round differential as well. You need to be able to get yourself into that, we'll say, top 6 threshold. There are a couple repeat teams that can't re-qualify. So as long as you find yourself in that top 6, you can probably squeeze top 4. But that means you have to win the next 2 games convincingly to keep that chance to qualify alive. It's a tough spot to be in right now, especially on the 4th qualifier. You know, you can imagine that pressure starting to really get to them and build up for them as far as, you know, the upcoming matches and how they're going to mentally prepare and plan and train for that. But that's your goal, is win the next 2 games and win them strong. Otherwise, you lose your ticket to Nationals. So they've got a pretty tough day ahead of them for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, especially because that first round, it was so close, right? It was 12-14. Like, 14-12, they were able to win it, but that's only a round differential of 2. So it has to be really convincing wins to squeeze into that top 6. I mean, maybe if you have, like, a lot of previous teams qualify into that top 4 slot, then, you know, it gets bumped down enough, but it's got to be something magical. And I mean, it's the Huskies, so I'm sure they can pull it out, but we've got to see it start early, especially going into round 3.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look and see what that next matchup is. You know, from the qualifier list today, there's a lot of teams that we haven't really seen compete in Red Bull yet. So a lot of unknowns, a lot of uncertainty up in the air. So it's going to be about taking this time between matches to regroup, reset, and prepare yourself for those next 2 matches, because you've got to be ready to kill it when you get back into lobby.
Absolutely.
We're going to cut to a quick break here before we get into our next match while we wait for the next rounds to be announced. And we'll be right back with more Red Bull Campus Clutch Gaming Canadian Qualifiers number 4 here on the Keanu Esports channel. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Keano Esports stream. My name is Shadi Hannah, and I am joined by Ancient Angel here as we repeat on Haven in the Red Bull Campus Clutch Canadian Qualifiers number 4, this time against the University of Alberta, an Alberta Brawl West Coast ping. It is looking nice and fine and dandy going into our third match here. Angel, what are your thoughts going into this repeat on Haven? What do you want to see from the Huskies here as they run back on the map they just lost to TMU on 7-13?
I want to see Huskies go back to their normal play. Like, I think that's the first and major thing, like, gonna be totally honest. What we saw from them was wild, and not at all what we've seen from them before. It was a new look, and especially on their defense, it was a bad look. They went down 9-3, and I think that you need a return to form here. I think that do the A default. Obviously, this is pistol, so things are going to be a little different. But when it comes time for rifles, do the A default. Get some extreme extremity control going in, because right now they're playing super like passive and sheepishly, and this is just not a good look. These guys love to take space aggro. It's their bread and butter, and I want to see them go back to that. We do see Sabo posted up towards A long immediately just to try and get some info. This I'm totally fine with. I think that this is actually a wonderful way you want to play the pistol. They are going in towards Garage. Tiny through the smoke, able to find Kwiku. That's a huge first pick. This is something that they've desperately needed. They need to get this momentum in their favor, especially coming off the tails of that loss. There's more players in through Garage, coming out now, through long, through Garage, through everywhere. They might actually choose to back up here, sensing there's a stack. Bondo doesn't care, though. He still's getting one. Tiny as well. Senja with the turret, able to find one. Tiny, 3 on the round. Huge round for him.
Well, that looks a lot different than last game. I think that's a pretty significant difference. You go from losing your first 4 rounds to a flawless pistol. I'd say that's an improvement. I also think, funnily enough, when we're talking about the compositions, we're talking about the weird stuff that they were doing. They still had Tiny on the breach posted up towards that Garage side. They still had, that solo Sova, that solo Jet out A. They're going to reset now to their traditional, and I hope that, they're able to capitalize on this. But that first round, somehow, I don't know what the adjustment was, but 5 kills in favor of the Huskies.
I think the adjustment was just playing a bit more to live, keeping your numbers alive, not throwing away anything, and not being too aggro in Garage. And now as we see this B hit come in, it's on Chris M to sit in towards this bottom Garage area. Gonna slowly start to peek out. The turret does go down. Tiny's able to find 2. 1 on the Aftershock, 1 on the Sheriff through the smoke. Savo able to find 1 as well, pushing out of the smoke to try and equalize numbers. Chris M able to find May on the backstab.
What the heck?
And able to find Prism as well. Chris M going crazy. 2K for the flawless anti-eco.
Did we just flawless again?
Yeah.
What's happening?
So this
Go
is,
ahead.
you remember that
Let's
Doge
hear it.
meme? You remember
Yeah.
that Doge meme that you were saying? This
Yeah.
is Keano when they're up 1-0 versus Keano when they're equal 1-1.
Hey, you know what? I'll accept it. I also want to say, and not to be that guy, but I also feel like maybe because you're going against opponents that are a little bit lower on the leaderboard, you're going into this with more confidence, you're just playing correctly. I think that's dumb. I think you just need to play confident every game. You know what I mean? Like, being radiant does not make your gun shoot faster or hit harder or find the head easier, right? Well, okay, maybe the last part's not true, but the rest of it, I think if you're able to play with confidence and just take that space aggressively, take those gunfights, play off of your teammates and trust each other, you'll find that you're more successful than not. And I think that anxiety got to them last game. This game is not getting to them at all, and they are playing so good right now.
Yeah, I just want to mention immediately, this is the A extremity control I was talking about. We saw both Savo and Bondo pushed up so deep, it allowed some flexibility for the other players of the team to lean in towards C, because B is just so easy to retake. Oftentimes, you kind of just leave like Tiny there just to kind of lurk almost, and just kind of be like, yep, I checked they're not at B, so I'm going to play off the site for the next 10 seconds. And now we see Bondo just trying to re-clear long here. Scans go through. No one gets spotted. Oh, one gets spotted towards lobby. So Savo with this Marshall gonna keep himself posted towards short. Tiny back on this Vandal in towards the back of the B site. Savo actually goes down short though. That's kind of giving away the whole play. Bondo in through long, able to find 1, isn't able to find the second as that cross comes through. Tiny going up towards heaven, waiting for the rest of his team. He does get smoked off by the dark cover. Aftershocks the default plant, just like that. Bomb going down. In a couple seconds, Senja just trying to spam through the smoke. Chris M goes down. Tiny able to find one through the smoke. That's huge. Just to try and keep numbers in a decent position. I wouldn't exactly say favorable. The flash in towards Hell. Senja using that turret. Tiny finding yet another. This dude just will not go down. Will not lose lives. Alarm bot clears out corners. Senja coming out through Hell. And Huya able to find Tiny finally. It's a first round for UAB.
It's a first round, but it's also important to recognize that the Huskies being able to burn all of those guns from UAB means that they're going into this next buy round facing their opponents that were only able to carry over 2 rifles, which means that if they lose this next one, they're going to be on the back foot for the next 2 to 3 rounds. You'll also have this operator in the hands of Savo, and unlike last game, there's no chamber holding an op to counter. So you're able to really abuse your gun advantage, and as long as Savo doesn't just get unlucky head tapped here, they can probably propel this momentum for at least the next 2 to 3 rounds here.
There it is, but that's an insane fault line coming out. Pushes Savo off this angle, as there might have been a cross to short. Instead, it's a bunch of players face checking out long. Savo able to get a flick onto Quiku and has to back up from here. The numbers are equal, but firepower still does slightly favor Keanu. Savo just watching this backside line, watching for any possible peek. Bondo trying to spam out a turret. Nothing being done so far. Chris M still jump spotting towards C. He actually does see one towards C long, so Bondo opting to try and clear out this mid area from Garage. Gets rid of that turret. It's gonna keep UAB guessing where they could go. Savo still again on this backline towards A. Ever patient, waiting for a push in.
I love this
And he
angle.
sees the util.
I love this angle from Savo, because to me, this is like, I was just on human benchmark grinding for the last 3 weeks, and I'm going to hit this with a like 0.001 reaction time. Like, that's an insane angle to hold.
I believe it.
But it does give you some really good info, and now that, the plant has come down onto this A side, the Huskies can plan their retake here around this flank from Bondo. He is able to take down Prism on the back end, and that's going to open up a ton of space for this retake.
Yeah, and immediately you see this recon bolt come out. Huya, though, able to find one. And that's Savo. Mo able to find one as well. Now it's a 2v2. Bondo's at 5 HP, and Chris M has a Bulldog, so this is not ideal. Those 2 players that we were looking at to set up.
What the heck?
Chris M staying alive. Bondo not able to close out the round. Oh my goodness. It was an insane double swing.
Oh man, it's so funny because when we were on the break, I just watched a video of Tens on CS2 talking about how he's gonna play it like Valorant, and he just starts running through wide swinging people with an AK. And then we watch Chris try to repeat the Valorant tech in Valorant, and he finds less success than Tens did on CS2. That's just unlucky, man. I'm not gonna lie, that's just unlucky.
That's so tough, man.
Right there.
CS2 easy game? Question mark?
Yeah, that's what we've determined from this, is that CS2 is just easier because your bullets are spray better.
Your bullets are the size of golf balls. Is now moving into round 5 here.
Oh man, we're gonna have the entirety of Europe East flaming us in our Twitch chat. In about 3
Oh
seconds.
man, I don't care. Silly kid game CS2.
Good shots for
Chris, I'm able to find one. Does get traded out as now the C side is wide open. I think at this point you're just looking to try and get some kills. Oh, looking to get committed. Rolling Thunder decides not at the last second. I suppose that's fair. You have Stingers and a couple Sheriffs. Tiny eventually finds that kill onto Prism. That's important. He uses the flash to disengage. At 7 health. And Savo on the Stinger isn't able to find Huya. Is instead Huya. Plays towards Garage. I think damage is the name of the game here for Tiny. Doesn't come through. And now the lead is taken by U Alberta.
This is a bit of a spray and pray defense right now, and I can't say I'm a big fan of it. I mean, you're putting a lot of faith in the Riot Gods to make those bullets find their mark, and I think, if you just take a second to just breathe and line up that crosshair, like, a lot of these fights are definitely winnable because UAB is just spraying just as hard as we are. And it really comes down to, which person can just take that extra half second to line up that crosshair and find that headshot. It's not even tactical differences at this point. It's literally just panic shooting. And I want to see that stop because I think that's how you really come out ahead in this match.
Yeah, and we see a bunch of targets get triggered over towards that A side of the map. Bondo's going to use this opportunity to scale off the gravity wall just to try and push the rest of UAB back. Savo opting to team up with him. I like this. I like this two-man hold deep in towards A, and that allows you to kind of get a little bit of wiggle room, especially if you're willing to pull Tiny off of B and just leave the alarm bot there for a retake. I understand why you don't, but there is merit to doing that. And now as we see C start to get pressured, Senja falling back to the back of the site. Tiny sending his fault line through mid just to try and push off more time. And this is it. Chris M smokes the front of the site. Bondo goes down towards A. Oh no, it's been an A recommit. Whiffed shots by Savo and Bondo. Oh, that's so crucial.
Yeah, it's just whiffing shots. Again, the reads are good. It's just the shots are not coming through, and the Huskies really need to find some big kills here as KJ ultimates come down. Breach ultimate gets committed as well. Chris M is already deep in the site. There's no escape for him, and the Huskies need to clean this up basically before those lockdowns come out. I think everybody's getting detained here.
No, it's only one. Only UAB committed their lockdown. Does Chris M get knifed here? No, he just gets shot in the face.
I definitely saw Senja's lockdown go down. I'm going to take a look at that here as we press tab and go into the next round. No, okay. So there was a second, it was something that looked like another KJ ultimate following up on that, but that is going to be the lockdown getting committed at least. You know, Huia does have the counter ultimate for Senja when that ultimate comes online. So this is a really awkward situation for the Huskies where they're actually finding themselves disadvantaged in a position where you don't really expect that from them.
Yeah, I actually want to see this Cosmic Divide get committed very soon. I think that not having the Hunter's Fury online right now, I think that's fine. Like, I don't think it's a need to use ult as soon as you get it. But this Cosmic Divide can be so underrated at times. And when you're this early into the half and you're down 2-4, yes, you're on eco. Like, yes, you're on lower valued weapons. Excuse me. But I think that you need the kind of power in your favor. And unfortunately, Chris M isn't going to live long enough to do that. Sabo with his Blade Storm deep in towards A. Trying to maybe look for a flank here. The C site's definitely getting committed, and the spike does go down. And Huya catches Savo off guard in towards that attacking spawn.
Senja just going to play a little slow game here. And that's a great util from Tiny as he's going to be able to trap down two. Tiny will find the second one with the Aftershock, and the 2v3. It's not easy, but it's definitely doable. Bondo maybe hoping to see if he can recover himself a rifle. Even if you can't win the round, can you get the Vandal and get out? He's going to get himself a Guardian. Finds one! Bondo almost puts it together. And that's going to be a ton of UAB members going down. They will have the economy to repurchase their guns, but at least you're denting their wallets a little bit with that triple kill.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the money for UAB. Yeah. It's like you took a dime from a billionaire. You know, like you did take some money away, but they're still able to buy for the next two rounds. Like, even if they lose this round, they're still able to get a full buy in. So, you know, going into this, we're approaching the end of the half here. You want to see Keanu start to recover. You want to see the Huskies build together some rounds, but it's getting really tough, and we're getting to really close margins here. Bondo gets stunned off the angle, and Savo goes down to Quiku early in the round. That's super crucial, as Savo's been one of these players that's kind of been online the whole day. And now, as this A-split comes in...
Yeah, you could see a lot of UAB pressure towards that A site, but they tend to like putting pressure on one site and then going for that fast rotation, you know, taking advantage of the three sites. It's very possible that they've left somebody here on this A site, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them rotate over to C, and that's exactly what we're seeing as 2-3 members of UAB pushing up to C site.
Yeah, and that's the Rolling Thunder too. This site is being taken by force. The flash does come back out just to try and contest Chris M with this drop in towards Garage. He needs to go big here. Senja able to combine with him onto Mo. The lockdown comes in. There's no Hunter's Fury to counter this. So this is going to stay here. Bondo able to get rid of that turret watching mid. Tiny able to find an over-aggression from Quiku trying to deal with this lockdown. Cosmic Divide comes in as well. We've seen how, I guess, toxic this kind of ult combo can be. There it is. No ping. The defuse comes through. This is a crucial third round for Keanu, and hopefully at this point they can take more than just 3.
Yeah, I think they've set themselves up for success on that last round. It was a good ultimate usage, and I know they had to commit quite a bit to do it, but I think it was important that they get that round because this next round here is really going to decide, you know, how a lot of the rest of this game plays. And you do have, you know, a full buy available to you. Actually, Savo currently not. Oh, there he is going to get bought up there by Bondo. So you have this full buy play now in to UAB's kind of split buy. I think if you can really abuse your wallet here on this round, you can actually take some space where, you know, maybe you would look like you were at a deficit. They can really start to force an advantage here.
I mean, maybe, but this is still a full buy for UAB. This is an absolute beautiful Hunter's Fury from Bondo. I mean, getting rid of those smokes early, that's like the one pick you have to find. If I'm the IGL or the coach looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, man, we just got smokes out of here. As the first pick of the round, and we're on defense, and we just got rid of that attacking smokes. And Chris M, this is the extremity control I was talking about, Chris. You got 3, looking for 4. At this point, it's just, oh my goodness, Chris. That was an absolute beautiful spray down of these players trying to fast rotate in. It's this Sova in a 1v4. Every site is being held. Bondo able to get his second in the round. Huya goes down. That's a beautifully recovered round from Kiana.
Yeah, that is going to be their 3rd flawless of the match. And it just occurred to me that although UAB, I don't think they were able to buy up rifles because they carried over 1. They were actually able to trade and pass over a few to squeeze that out in the last round. So here they are now on a proper full buy. And the Huskies, you know, they've been able to pad their wallets a little bit. They're getting really close to that Breach ultimate, which is going to be super nice. I think when you're in this situation, I almost guarantee you Tiny's going to be playing for this A orb here so they can play that retake on B side. Like I'm looking at the setup and I'm thinking it's got to be an orb play.
I mean, probably he's really, really close to that Rolling Thunder. Chris M in towards Garage. I'm so happy that Chris M had his moment there. That was just awesome. Tiny getting that stun. Doesn't opt for the orb. I think Savo took the orb instead, so maybe he's just trying to force that Blade Storm on. No? Who took that orb?
I think they left it alone, actually.
They just left the orb?
Yeah, but they're going to start working their way back.
Interesting. Tiny going in through heaven. Savo joining him. There has to be some sort of read. It's actually a garage play. Chris M again plays patient. Finds 2. That's huge out of that anchor. Senja able to trade out Bondo onto Prism. And now it's a 2v3. Senja alone on this site. His position is known. He was maybe able to slightly reposition here. The From the Shadows comes out and is probably going to be sent towards that A site. Maybe to see if Tiny doesn't have any sort of grasp on this site. The plant tries to come through default, but Tiny, stun, flash, it goes in. He makes sure Prism, or Mo, can't get the plant. Huya is able to find one. It's a 2v2 now. Senja and Savo both grouped up towards CT. Huya trying to plant that spike. He double faces and the high-low setup works out. It's 5-all for both sides.
Yeah, that's a great recovery from the Huskies after going down early in the half. They are actually going to force out the timeout from UAB here. And that's going to put them, you know, on ice for a little bit as they've just got to kind of recenter themselves and regroup. These hits from UAB have just looked a little bit sloppy, and Keanu's been good to punish, particularly Chris, you know, just holding those entry points. You know, really controlling not just with his utility, but with his gun as well. You know, he's just holding those really, really tight entry points, and he's finding some really great spray transfer kills. That's his 2nd one in a row there on this round, and I think he's been a big credit to why these defensive rounds have been so successful.
Yeah, I think that what Chris is able to provide for this team is something that's exactly on this defense, exactly what I was saying. The ability to just have this kind of guy who can post up and then also at the same time just provide global support while being just this menace who's just posted up somewhere deep. It provides so much help for the team that I don't think that, like, this. I think the solution is just that you're forcing more time to be wasted by UAB to try and figure out where Chris M has lurked up to or where Chris M is being posted. But time is a finite resource, especially for attackers trying to plant that bomb within 100 seconds. You don't want to waste precious seconds looking for Chris M in some random corner.
Right, and I think a big difference between the way Chris M is playing this game than the last game is, he's really aggressively contesting that space, as you said, this game. We didn't see that from him last game, and the Huskies really paid for it, I think, in a lot of ways. But this game, he's really putting in his work. He's stepping up. He's trying to find that space, and Savo now trying to do the same here on the A side with this operator.
Yeah, it's been super rough so far. Savo able to find that first pick, though, does make things super interesting. Bondo does eventually go down to Thuya. Rolling Thunder looking to get committed from Tiny. He wants these kills, and he wants them now. The Aftershock does flush out. A spam through the smoke finds Mo. That was just a gorgeous play from Tiny. Kind of forcing this round into Keanu's hands, giving them the tied half. Senja does find one get traded out, and now it's just Prism alone in a 1v3. The spike has gone down. Chris M peeking in now. Savo using that classic to his advantage. It doesn't matter. Chris M's got the kill, and now it's a wonderful 6th round for the Huskies.
Yeah, one thing we neglected to mention during the break there is that while winning this half is obviously important and winning this game, it definitely looks attainable right now, especially with how this defensive half is going. But the Huskies don't just need to win this, they need to slaughter this. And I feel like at this point, you really can't afford to give up more than 1 or 2 more rounds if you're trying to guarantee that placement into the top 4 on the day. So the Huskies, they're not just trying to win, they're really trying to go out with a bang here and bring that round differential to a meaningful point for that qualification.
Meaningful indeed, as if you're able to collect let's talk generous here. If we're able to collect a 13-5, that kind of negates the loss that you took 13 to 7. Like, you're able to go +2, so it gives you a huge kind of advantage. But Bondo getting taken out early alongside Senja, just trying to bait out. The attacking lockdown does come in from Prism, as Tiny just trying to get a couple cheeky kills on the way out. Doesn't really work. Chris M's gonna be in heaven. Savo posted up with this op. Gonna try and do something. There's a gap in the smoke that Chris M can work with. If there's anyone that can work with a gap in a smoke, it's Chris. But he jumps out, he gets too antsy, and Huya takes him out. Tiny able to find one onto May, and Savo finds that op pick onto Kwiku. Prism peeks out too early, goes down. Mo from Graffiti able to find one. It's Tiny now in a 1v1, 70 HP. And he doesn't get the wrap around. Huya wrapping around default, able to make it a tied half, 6-all as we move into the second half.
That was a nice little play from Huya. I think Tiny just overestimated the time that Huya had to reposition here going for hell. Maybe if you throw in that concussed truck, that's a different story. But, a decent effort from them on the half for sure. I do think that, maybe one of the one play that I saw in my mind, and I want to get your thoughts on this, is there ever a world where Tiny uses his Aftershock to break the KJ turret or the KJ ult through the wall? Because I think you have the space.
You can't anymore.
Oh, you can't?
No, there's not. You don't do enough damage to it anymore.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well, see, there we go. This is why we ask questions, folks. This is why you learn.
You'd have to. Bondo would still have to be alive and would have to commit a shock dart for that to work. But
I see.
If Bondo doesn't have the lineup, or in that round, like it was, Bondo was dead. Can't really do much about it.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate play. I was definitely looking to see maybe can they break that ultimate and push themselves onto site, but alas, the nerf gods are unforgiving.
They are, as May is able to find Savo early on this site, just dashing up into the nebula, trying to play around it, and this spam into that nebula kills Chris M. Mo able to find one onto Tiny, just running around as Bondo and Senja 2v5. Bondo peeks into 2, gets away with 6 HP, just trying to buy time for Senja to start walking up through mid. Does make noise on that drop, so that is going to let them know of positions. Bondo just holding, and I mean, you have a minute to work with here, so maybe you want to try and do something a little crazy. No, it's just going to be a group up. Try and take this together. This dart cover should go down in about 3 seconds. So, alongside the shock darts, could make some room
30 seconds
for
left.
these two Huskies to try and get some work done. Prism does go down. That's the first found. 4 more to go. Another dark cover used. Senja just swinging out, gets hit by that lethal crossfire, and Mo spraying through the smoke finds Bondo, and now that's the pistol lost.
Yeah, that's not a position you're used to seeing the Huskies in, especially on that attacking side onto that B hit. I mean, they're really, really confident on it. They've also done it a lot. And I think that's something you have to be mindful of as well, is sometimes I think if you show the same, you show someone the same magic trick 6-7 times, eventually by the 8th time, they're like, okay, I think I see what you're up to here. And I think maybe that's something to consider as well, is, even between maps, between matches against different teams, how do you adjust and adapt your strategies that you're not, biting off more than you can chew out of the same setup.
Yeah, it's kind of a lethal situation that you've put yourself in where, you've gotten so good at one hit. It's like, do you do that one hit or do you try and change it up? Unknown is now Senja and Savo are stunned up here in garage. Bondo out towards long with this sheriff. Gonna try and force out a pick, do something a little crazy. Huya, though, spraying through the smoke, does find Senja and Tiny. Savo, couple missed shots, things getting scary. It doesn't matter. He's still able to find 2. Chris M with 1 as well. The classic right-clicking doesn't matter. Huya runs him down with an Ares.
It's 4 kills for Huya on the round, and talking about a solid RD here, you've already kind of put yourself in a position, but that's no longer possible. At this point, you just need the win. Right? You can't play crazy, you can't play psychotic. You just need to get that W under your belt, and look to next game to see if you can course correct that round differential just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately you'd rather win and try and get close than go all out here. So at this point, Keanu just need to try and play a bit more collective. It feels like they're getting a little frenzied with how they're opting to play these rounds. Feels like they're trying to get a little too antsy, and maybe they're just overthinking or maybe underthinking or thinking about the wrong things. Savo dashing in straight to A-Link, able to find Mei. That's a huge first pick, although Mo does trade out. Bondo there, easy to respond. He's able to find a second, and Senja finds a third onto Prism. So now it's just Huya, 1v4. The rest of the Huskies, besides Chris M, opt to go towards A, get that plant down. I think that makes sense. You want to get as far away from Huya as possible, force him to spend the most amount of time rotating and clearing out space. Chris M opting to play towards the flank. It doesn't matter. Bondo gets 3 on the round, and that's a good recovery and a good start to this half for Keanu.
It's almost like when you take the pressure away of having to slaughter your opponents, you can just start slaughtering them. It's really funny. Like it's fascinating to me how the human brain works. Is you take that pressure off of needing to get a big round differential and you just say, screw it, let's just play to win, and then you start winning really, really hard. Like that's what's that? 4 live for Keanu, a 3K for Bondo. Like that's the first time we've seen that level of strength on their attacking side so far this half. And it really comes at a time where, we've identified that the round differential at this point doesn't really have an impact on, the outcome of this game.
Yeah, the round differential does not matter anymore. You just want to get this win. You want to go into that 2-1 setting. You want to keep your run still alive. Now, as Tiny choosing to send in that flashpoint, Savo dashing out into the smoke. He does see Huya. Chris M's able to take that. Savo able to find one onto the back of the site. Mo does get traded out before or after finding one, as now the spike gets planted. Default by Tiny. Senja in towards Hell, watching for any sort of push out CT. It's gonna be on Tiny to keep Heaven under control. Make sure that no one drops out of the nebula, gets a little too crazy. Chris M and Senja on this crossfire. And I mean, this was just a solid A hit. Like, just solid. I think that the Huskies should maybe try and look to do more of this in the coming rounds.
Yeah, they've really kind of figured out the method for how to execute that A hit really, really seamlessly. Their timing looked really good, especially between Tiny and Savo. They've really kind of locked down their synergy and given themselves as much of an advantage as possible here in these rounds, because they've coordinated that utility so well around each other.
Yeah, it's been very, very well coordinated, and I'm super happy to see these guys, start to course correct here, as now it's 8-all, so this is kind of where you want to be. Savo is just looking. Okay, I was gonna say, is he looking to just use his Blade Storm? No, he eventually buys a Vandal, or gets a Vandal bought for him by Bondo. Good teammate Bondo, W Bondo if you will. But we just see. It seems like they did A, now they just want to go C.
Oh my
the
god.
aggressive play does not pay off for UAB, as instead the opening kill goes the way of the Huskies, and actually another one, Tiny able to find one onto his mirror as well. So, you know, unfortunately, maybe that means Chris M doesn't get a kill this round because there's no Astra on the enemy side. I don't know, but it's now a very fast rotate over towards A. Yeah, okay, A. It's a fast rotate over towards A. They decided, you know what, we got those 2 picks C. They're probably gonna remove any sort of Killjoy setup that was here, if there was a Killjoy setup here, so we can just go in, get that free plant, that juicy free plant. There it is, Bondo. Playing and planting default. Alarmbot did get triggered by Senja, so that's gonna kind of alert Chris M to keep in mind that this short play could happen. Long is under control by Senja still, but Prism being able to take down Chris M, it's gonna have to be Senja on this reflank. Never mind, Bondo's got it under control. Nice Bondo. As now, it's a 4v1 again for Huya, and I mean, Keanu they're looking good on this attack half, and thankfully they have enough rounds to spare that they've given themselves a fair bit of wiggle room, but I don't even think they'll need it.
Yeah, I almost feel like University of Alberta, they had some really, really good rounds, and now their decision making is starting to almost look like Keanu's decision making when they were on the back foot. Just some of those like panic plays, they're peeking things they shouldn't be. That aggressive push out C, C is probably the hardest extremity to force that play, just because when you swing that angle, you're going to be exposed to so many people, and the breach stun just doesn't last long enough for it to work. They're starting to feel that pressure, and I think Keanu is now in the situation, they're in the driver's seat, where they can kind of accelerate the pace on UAB and force them to play a little bit more panicked than they would perhaps like.
Panic is trying to be induced from Keanu, and that's the name of the game here, as this C hit has come in immediately. The Hunter's Fury did come out, didn't really tag anyone up, so I mean, can argue is kind of a moot ult, as the spike has gone down. Aftershocks have been traded now as well. Tiny just trying to delay a little bit of time. Savo trying to buy time, really dig his teammates into their post plant positions. It's a triple hold for CT. It's actually a triple swing off the flash, and Bondo and Tiny collect. Chris M able to find one on the back. Mo 1v3. What can he do? Gets tagged up by this recon, gets pushed away. That owl drone buys so much time alongside the fault line. It stuns him up. Senja collects. It's 10-8, Huskies lead.
There was a blink twice or you'll miss it. The breach flash comes out, you turn away, you turn back, and 5 bodies have hit the floor. That was an absolutely insane CT fight there. And again, it's this panic plays from UAB where they're just trying to force into situations that they just don't have any business getting into. And I feel like Haven, because it's such an attacker-sided map, we've talked about how, playing aggressive, you are rewarded for that. I feel like trying to funnel 4 people through CT on this map has got to be the most painful experience ever. It doesn't seem fun, and Valorant is supposed to be fun. It's a video game, so why would you do something that's not fun? That's my expert analysis on the situation. Is do something that's more fun.
This isn't a video game. This is an esport. Okay, it's not supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be grueling and breathtaking. Okay, calm down.
Well,
we're Zoomers here, and Senja zooming into the action, getting rid of Mo in garage. Super big first pick to find. Is now Chris M. Just recalling those stars, letting this mid-round play out. Tiny and Savo doing just that, taking down the breach and the jet on the opposite side. Working out wonders, as this site hit is going to come in off the back of a little bit of util. Savo maybe overfacing a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Savo's on the site. He's fine.
Tiny positioned in hell. He's going to play his post plant expertly, and they've identified that this KJ is usually that late flanker. They have caught her out in heaven, I believe, but actually the kill comes out in CT. So they are going to be able to find the KJ, and now on a, I believe, 5 or 6 round streak here for the Huskies. They are really starting to run away with this game, and with 4 ultimates available and a bank full of cash, if they take away this next round, they're going to be forcing UAB to play last round of the half on an eco. That's pretty good for Keanu. We just need to see this round come together.
Yeah, this is a critical round. And look at the ults that are online for Keanu. You have a Rolling Thunder, you have a Hunter's Fury, you have a Cosmic Divide, and you have a Blade Storm, just in case you need it. Like, in case your gun runs out of ammo and you're, like, mid-firefight and you just pop out the knives. Never mind, doesn't matter. Salvo's just going to use them now. He wants this round done. He's running in. He does not care. He is taking this with pace. Dashing in, Senja able to find a crucial pick onto Quiku, actually gets stunned up by Tiny's Rolling Thunder, so maybe a tad bit of miscommunication. Plant does go down. And now, as that From the Shadows comes in, the place of where to is unknown. Tiny having to back off due to that aftershock forces out the flashes, so you could argue that's a pretty good trade, but instead, doesn't matter. Senja able to find Mo, Tiny able to find one as well. Bondo trying to get a piece of the pie, as now it's Huya in a 1v4. I feel like I've said this like 6 times. Nothing doing for him. Savo with the Blade Storm knocks his head straight off. It's a match point for Keanu.
I want to point out that Savo at the end of the round was like not happy with just winning that round with like a flawless. He said, "I'm going to kill you and there's nothing you can do about it." He jumped on the box, updrafted up into heaven and chased him down. I mean, that's just that's exactly what you want from your duelist, right? Is that level of play. It's really nice to see them starting to play with that confidence and taking advantage of the advantages they've created themselves. It's a good pace for the Huskies here on this attacking half, and I think that's when they're really a strong team, is when they are playing with the intention to control the pace. It's something kind of to discuss and think about and reflect on, in the world of esports coaching. Is that an approach, or is that the result of, just being confident in your strategies? However you look at it, suffice it to say, when they're playing confident, they look good, they feel good, it is good.
Yeah, I mean, Savo was feeling it, man. Savo was absolutely feeling it. I was watching that. He was like, "Nah, I just want my kill with my Blade Storm. I want to look cool for the montage." Just drafts up, and then boom, gets that kill. Match point for Keanu. And as we go into this, Tiny with an Odin. Oh my god.
Yeah,
here it is. It's coming in now.
He's gonna have some fun here, and I wonder if this is gonna be a garage play, taking that Odin to break down those walls. But it looks like he actually is gonna switch back over to the Vandal, and I think the call is just go A again. But they look like they're setting up for a little bit of a slower default here. Is Chris M actually holding an operator? Chris, wait a minute, what are you doing?
I like this. I believe. I think this makes sense if you want to give Savo an op for post plant. Just have this op posted up for any sort of aggression towards C. It makes sense. We've seen Astra op being done since Astra was like introduced and in the meta, and it was like Astra defined the game. So it's not uncommon. Like, it's not like this has never been seen before, but definitely not your first choice. But hey, with the game that Chris M's been having so far, those triple spray downs, if he wants an op, and with the way that the money is, give him an op. Able to find Savo, gets quickly traded out by Bondo, so unfortunately, no Jet operator in this round. The lockdown does come through, and Huya able to find Tiny in a push-out garage. Chris M gets the trade, and this dueling lockdown does come in. Chris M does get taken down by Prism. Fault line comes through. It's Senja, 1v3. He's flashed. Spam through the flash.
No way.
Click the lockdown.
No way.
It gets him.
No way.
Match point. That's Senja and the rest of the Huskies winning the map. Keanu go up 2-1 in RedBull Campus Clutch Qualifiers.
What a way to end the game. They got the 13-8 that we talked about. We were definitely hoping for 13-5, but they got the 13-8 after they made that critical adjustment. And to win off a KJ ultimate, holding them, detaining them in a 1v1 with a knife is a chef's kiss. Beautiful, beautiful way to close out the map.
Yeah, I mean, it was wonderful. It was. I kind of think poetic way to close out the map. Just having it be so scrappy until the very end, but it eventually gets closed out just due to very small differences that add up throughout the entire game. And you think to yourself, what if the lockdown wasn't committed? What if the lockdown wasn't available in that round? Right? How far would this have gone? We will never know. It's done. As we move in to round 4 of the RedBull Campus Clutch Canadian Qualifiers, we are going to head it to a quick break. We will be back very shortly.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Kano Esports stream. My name is Shadi Hanna, joined by Ancient Angel, and we are casting our 4th and final round. Actually, let me correct that, our 16th and final round of the Red Bull Campus Clutch Canadian Qualifiers here. This is the 4th qualifier. This is the 4th round. This is the last chance to make a statement for the Huskies. Currently checking the face at leaderboards, 2 of the top 6 teams have already qualified, which means that the Huskies are currently playing for 3rd or 4th place right now. And if they are able to win on round differential, they will book themselves a ticket to nationals at the end of the month. They don't just need to win this game, they need to dominate it. And if they are successful in doing that, there is a very good chance that the Huskies can get themselves into nationals. And ultimately, at the end of the day, time will tell, based off of what happens at the end when they're doing their standings evaluation. We don't know, but we do know that they need to make a statement here today going into their last map on Ascent. Now, Angel, you've had the opportunity to watch the Huskies play on Ascent more than a couple times. What are you thinking about this game going into this? What are you looking to see from them in order for them to make that kind of an impact?
Okay. So there's a couple things. The first, this is very important, is that Ascent and Haven are very similar maps in terms of playstyle on the defense. On the attack, it's a lot about mid control. So it's kind of similar to Haven in that sense, but the difference is with Haven, you have that B site to fall back on. On Ascent, you don't. So they actually play pretty similar to each other. The one thing that I will say, and this is something that's super important going into this round contextually, regardless of the map, is it's a different type of pressure that's on the Huskies in this game. And it's a very unique type of pressure where it's not about winning the game. It's about winning the game well. So every round that passes, if the Huskies don't win, it's going to be like the pressure is at like, if the pressure's at like a 10 out of 10 right now, it's going to be pushed to like a 12 out of 10 with each passing round that they lose. So it's kind of an almost ticking time bomb, like Saw-esque situation that they're in, and it's going to be super interesting to see how they respond to it. I think they'll be okay. This is one of their most comfortable maps. We get to see Tiny onto Sova, Bondo onto the KO, which Bondo is on KO. It's just a high fragging role, and it just lets him kind of be free and explore and drop 30. Chris M going to probably still be put on that Astra, which I think works out in their favor just based in the way that Keanu like to take space and presence on the map, right? They like to kind of keep a general like a general default like 1-3-1. So you have the Astra always towards A, the KO always towards B, and I'm wrong. Chris M actually goes for the Omen. Huh.
That is interesting because we've seen a lot of Astra from him.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it be a very dominant pick from him, but we also saw him whip out the Omen on Lotus. Or rather, that was Bondo on the Omen on Lotus. But we've switched over to the Omen. So I don't know what changed, but we've since decided that Omen is better than Astra. And that's just what we are now. We're an Omen team. We're not an Astra team anymore.
No more Astra. It's just Omen. And I think something that's kind of important with this Omen is you want to see Chris M get a bit more active. We're going to see him towards that A side a lot during this game. I actually wouldn't be surprised if he's there every single round on the defense. But on the offense, I want to see him group up with a bit. I want to see him, Bondo, and Savo kind of be this core of aggression, pushing deep in towards mid, trying to make space for the team. I want to see, especially now that Bondo isn't on this kind of heavy initiator role, he's on the KO, he has a bit more freedom. I want to see him kind of unlock a little bit and go a little crazy, if you will.
Yeah, the comp is going to end up being pretty standard for, what we're used to. It's just about everything, absolutely everything is exactly the same except for the choice of controller. Chris does have a pretty good Omen. It was actually one of the characters we recruited him for was his Omen. So obviously the Astra does give you a little bit more versatility and flexibility, but the Omen, I think, is really nice in terms of how you're able to abuse angles. And there are some really cheeky angles you can play on this map. A lot of people know, for example, when you're attacking, TP on the box and spawn and trying to get a cheeky headshot on any defenders peeking out. On defense, there's a couple little finicky maneuvers you can pull on the Omen as well. So we'll see how they use this Omen on this map, but more than likely I think Chris is going to be helping out on that tree and mid control, and they're going to lean into this KJ and Sova to lock down this B site.
That's definitely what you're going to see at the start. I wouldn't be surprised if Senja does try and play around a little bit and try and do a spot the KJ type of routine where we see, you know, the kind of differences between, like, when the KJ sets up A, the KJ sets up B, you know, like, how does the rest of the team play? Because you don't want the KJ to just set up B every round. Because it becomes predictable, and then it's just going to become hit the A site simulator, and you never want that. Savo does get pushed off this angle initially due to that 0 point, as rival 0 point comes in from Bondo, not tagging anyone just yet. Tiny still posted up towards B main with a Sheriff for any juicy Waldings.
We're just going to be holding this mid cross here as the alarm bot there, holding Senja's back. Bondo basically just playing support role here right now as he's waiting to see where that execute's going to come through, and a bunch of utility being committed out tree as Savo will jump in and take down Day. Does get tagged down to 10 HP though.
Yeah, and that's kind of a crucial tag that you get hit. Like, you're down to 10 HP. Like, you're sure you get the kill, but at most you're really only firing off a bullet. And the kind of important thing about that is, unless it's a headshot, it's kind of negligible damage. Senja and Tiny moving back over to this B site as this mid round continues to develop here. 30 seconds left on the timer, so it's going to have to be a commit on one of the two sites. You see very little mid pressure actually being sent in. Senja and Tiny opting to fall back into that boathouse area. Tiny able to find one onto SCQ.
And not a lot of time here for UBC. They have to commit to this A-side execute, and so far they are locked at the gates right now as last alive here is going to be on stairs. And actually KJ found in Market here. No time for her to get the plant off, and the Huskies will get the kill to close out the round.
Pistol round with 3 alive. Terrasite does go down at the end there, so it's, you know, good to see that Kiana are able to keep 3 alive. We see that Hunter's Fury start to develop early for Tiny. This is the role that you want Tiny on. You want Tiny on this recon initiator. This is what he's known for. This is his bread and butter. And I think that keeping him on this role for as many maps as you can is going to be key to his success. He knows how to play the Sova. He knows how to play the Fade. I mean, this is the Sova map, I feel like. So you know how to play this character, and I'm really going to be interested to see what they're able to do with it. But again, it's that heavy A presence for Kiana with this Sova Killjoy towards B on this anti-eco. Ares in hand for Tiny.
Yeah, I was going to say I got excited pre-round when I saw Tiny pick up the Ares because I had flashbacks to Qualifiers 2 where he found himself an ace in this exact same situation. 1v5 here on the B site with the Ares, found his first ace in collegiate esports. You know, all I can think about now when I see Tiny with Ares is 5 kills on B site with Sova. That's it. That's his bread and butter.
Yeah, and immediately getting rid of that door in Market, kind of important for that post-plant scenario where you can lock down these angles. That 0 point does come in. There's actually one found in towards Market. Tiny just spamming out, trying to get some chip damage done. There's a fallback from mid. It's going to be a call to watch out, Cat. You're going to see it. Chris M playing the cross here. The paranoia does go out. A spam actually comes through by Tiny onto that jet. UBC down at player. Numbers will be maintained by Bondo, and Bondo spamming through, able to find this, the Omen. Oh my goodness. Tiny finally collects that 3K. Oh my goodness.
I think something to consider too, and you know, we haven't talked about it that much, is that the Red Bull Campus Clutch Qualifiers, the way that matches are decided, it is a Swiss format. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Swiss, it basically means win record plays win record. So we're not just a 2-1 team, we're playing a 2-1 team. And they have the exact same amount of pressure on them to perform as we do. They also need to win. They also need to win with a high RD. And I think right now the big difference between Keanu and UBC is that UBC is playing very, very risk averse. And they are getting punished for that in ways that I don't think they anticipated they would.
No, they're getting punished heavily for playing safe. Tiny does eventually fall off after getting a little bit of chip damage done. Now that does go, that dash does come into that switch house, which means Tiny just opting to play really, really safe here. Does eventually take out Day. Not before Senja goes down, though. Picks up a Phantom. So you could call it money moves. You could call it a little upgrade. And now it's a 3v3, so neutral state of the game. Oh, but that blind comes through. It was perfect. Tiny able to find 4 kills on the round using that dropped Phantom from Senja to pick it up. Oh my goodness.
I had the opportunity to talk to Tiny this morning before the tournament, you know, and I asked him, how are you feeling about this? Like, what are you looking to get out of today? What do you need from today? And it was nothing but just a fierce, burning, passionate desire. I need to get to Turkey, and if I have to carry the team on my back to do it myself, I will. You know, I'll pack them in my suitcase, all 4 of them, and we'll get there, whatever it takes. And he's definitely playing like it right now. 9 kills on 3 rounds. That's a 3 kill per round ratio. And he's got an Odin in hand. This B site is just way too scary for UBC to even approach.
Absolutely, and those dueling 0 points come in. Savo on this op towards A main. The one scary thing that you want to be afraid of here is any possible peek from that upper section, which is normally why you have that one way there. Instead, Savo doesn't care, charges through. He's able to find that first pick. Bondo as well, able to find one onto blue. CNM trades it out though, and they are on sheriffs. The tree is under pressure right now. Chris M has to try and stabilize. Day able to take out Savo deep in towards heaven. Tiny forcing out that Hunter's Fury now. He wants them dead. Senja on the flick, watching Tiny's back, able to take care of Terrasite. Now, is Suzy Q just trying to lurk around here? Day goes down, and now it's a 1v3. Senja finds CNM, and there it is. A 4-0 start for Keanu.
I love that flank from Chris. You see the pressure from Tree. You know that they're just going through the absolute grinder on A site, trying to push themselves in to site. They have the walkout back to mid, and Chris is so aware. You know, most players would have turned around and tried to fight the Jet Heaven, but Chris says, no. There's no way they're committing to this. I'm going to go and run behind them, watch their entire rotation at mid, and shoot Jet in the back of the head instead, because he's a genius. That's why he makes that call, right? It's because his brain is the size of a watermelon, and that's really what you need from your controller in these clutch situations.
Yeah, and there's that A main contest. Straight out. Savo, while he is smoked off bottom mid, actually just opts to take the fight with a shorty. Waits for any sort of aggression, waits for any sort of mistake, trying to keep that internal timing in his head, and he's able to find Terrasite. That's huge. A second pick comes in from Chris M onto Day. Suzy Q able to find Bondo to try and start to stabilize. Chris M smoked off. He pushes through. Able to see Suzy Q. A fight comes through.
Hey there, guys. Hey, that's a little goofy. I think sometimes we forget that Valorant is a tactical shooter game and not Overwatch, because that was a little bit silly, just running at each other, barrel stuffing each other in tree. Not the most tactical of gunfights, but they'll both just shake hands and walk away from that engagement, and the Huskies now in a 4v3. I think the best play to kind of keep in mind here for this retake is that you still have the Sova with the Sova dart, and you can use that to create a lot of space. And we're going to see Tiny here throw that out. It's going to get destroyed, and now we know they're on Jenny. Two members on Jenny, Savo and Chris, need to make this happen, and they're going to be able to get the retake.
An excellently done retake coming out from Keanu. It's a 5-0 start now. Savo able to pick up that operator again, so it's gonna keep being a nuisance. Both of the heavy weapons here are going to be, you know, carried over into these rounds. Chris M giving Tiny back his Odin, his beloved Odin. Are you an Odin enjoyer?
Am I an Odin enjoyer? I'm an Odin fiend. I've bought the gun like once. I shouldn't say that. I've purchased the gun maybe one time in my entire Valorant career, but anytime I see a teammate buy an Odin, my respect for them triples, because I know that they have balls of steel, and that's great. That's fantastic, right? You need to play, again, we said it all day long, with confidence. And Tiny finally is pivoting over to this A side. We're going to watch that full switch, actually, as both KJ and the Sova get repositioned to this A side. You know, he's going to be looking to do some serious damage here with this Odin on this A side. And again, flashback moment, if you remember Tiny's opening week, the Jenny hop with the Ares. I'm looking for a similar situation here with the Odin. As he starts spraying down, he will take the KO, but KO gets knocked down with the ultimate and will be able to get resurrected by blue. So altogether, not a huge impact kill.
Not an insane impact kill here, but the kind of advantage that you get from this is that Savo and Bondo are both able to try and find kills, but no, Terrasite in through this tree. Lurk is able. Oh, the kills not coming through. Oh my goodness, everything was happening all at once. Savo does go down, trying to swap over to a Vandal, picks up that Odin. It doesn't work out. And now we have to see this reinvest.
But the nice thing about being up 5-0 is that you can just buy all those guns again and do it right over. Like, literally everybody has guns right now. Bondo, it might decide to go for full armor, but Tiny has the ability to buy up Senja, and I think he's gonna hand it over to Bondo, and Senja will likely see him pick up either a Stinger or a Sheriff, and he is gonna opt for the Stinger. So a 4.5 gun buy, we'll say.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. It's a 4.5 gun buy, sure, and you can argue that like it's just as strong because you're putting that Sentinel who's going to be playing a bit more passive on that weaker gun, but it. You know, Chris M's immediately pushed off here. Bondo's able to find Terrasite, so that's huge. That's giving you numbers. Spam through the smoke. Chris M with that Vandal. CNM counter spams and is able to get the kill. Savo picking up the rifle. 1 bullet left in the clip. Out clearing towards Cat. They see that Hunter's Fury is online. I wouldn't be surprised if CNM is trying to play for that as we speak. Day able to find Tiny on that counter swing. Flash comes out for Bondo. He's trying to get that kill. Savo gets the first on today. It's a 3v3 now. Senja down only on a Stinger. Able to suppress both. So this defuse can come in now. They know they're going to be swinging from main. Blue able to find that first onto Senja. The Hunter's Fury coming out now. Bondo he sticks it to half. He knows that third. It can't come in just yet. Savo's gonna stick. He's gonna get the round, and he gets the kill too. It's 4 on the round for Savo. 6-1 up for the Huskies.
That's a great finish. You know, they knew they had to play around that Silva ultimate and that their timing was tight, and they acted quickly, but also trusting each other. Like, in those situations, there's some retakes where you can't just get a flawless every round. You know, like, if you could play Valorant and get a flawless round every single round, this would be a kid's game, a little baby game, right? But it's not. Sometimes you have to take some losses. And the Huskies knew exactly how to trade and who to trade when to set themselves up for that situation. They knew that getting that bomb to half was more important than surviving that Silva ult. And it's that kind of trust in your teammates that allows you to succeed in these situations.
We immediately see this kind of utility war being done on both extremities here. Savo getting rid of that turret early is going to kind of give a lot of doubt into this attacking side as to whether or not there's going to be a flank from B committed. Now, this Owl drone does come in through the dark cover. Notice that no one's there, which is going to free up kind of a lot of resources on Tiny to move back towards B. That's the lockdown. It coming in as we speak, and it's on top of that box. Tiny might be able to spam this out if he's quick enough. Yes, he is. He spams it out. The Blade Storm doesn't connect on today. Bondo is able to find 2 running out of main. They From the Shadows is being committed, and it doesn't matter. Tiny gets 2 on the round. 2 from Bondo. Savo gets the last. 7-1 up Huskies.
I love how the Huskies, you know, they're such a petty team. I'll say this about my team, okay? They're my guys. I can say this. They're so petty that 2 seconds after I say you can't go flawless every round, what do? What do? They go flawless because they're petty and they can't take that kind of criticism from me, so they just have to show that they can go 5-0 and it's no problem. I mean, they timed that so well. Tiny knowing exactly what he needed to do with that Odin. I mean, he is just absolutely vibing out right now. Taking a quick look at the KDs, he's got 11 kills on 8 rounds. Savo pushing up to 10 as well. This operator and this Odin player. Turns out the more money you throw at something, the better it performs. That's the moral of the story. What we're learning today.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about the esports world. You'd think that, but then there's like, you have like the $6 million Cloud9 rosters that just keep failing, and you're like, what's going on?
It's not good life advice, guys. This is why I don't teach business at Keanu. It's why I watch them play video games instead, because it's terrible life advice, but it's really good in Valorant, and especially when you're playing defense on Ascent. You're investing as many resources as you can into the CT-sided map to make sure that your CT strong agents are able to really take advantage of the angles that they can play off of. And you know, you have so many good wallbang shots for Odins. You have so many good operator lineups. Ironically, Savo hasn't really played any of those. He's taken the op, but he's like holding A main more often than not.
Yeah, but that's kind of what you want with this op. You want this op to just hold extremity and provide info. That's what makes the op so strong on this map, is the kind of limited lanes that you get. Whereas on Haven, it's kind of this ability to control an extremity and kind of get to a point where different lanes collide, and that's the key points. On Ascent, it's just the fact that there are extremities in the first place, and being able to hold one of those down with an op, and then moving your resources to a different site because you have an op on one of the angles. You don't need anyone else there. You have an op. It's a one-shot kill. It does whatever you need it to do. Now we see that an alarm bot does get triggered in towards mid. It's gonna force Tiny to kind of invest some resources here, invest that recon dart, watch for a push. He's actually even gonna commit the drone just to try and flush out anyone pizza or market. I think at this point the call is, hey Bondo, they're pushing in tree. Savo's able to find 2 on this push though. Bondo double flashes out the smoke. He's able to find another. He can't get the reload done. Tiny rotates over just in time with that Odin. Oh my goodness.
How many times have we seen someone get barrel stuffed on a smoke out tree this half alone? I think that's the 3rd time. I think it's the 3rd time where we've seen 2 people just kind of, yeah, how do you do as you walk through tree. I can't really explain it. There's no.
It was like the European kiss greeting where you like kiss each other on the cheek and then you just keep going.
And away
you know?
you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen that sloth in hell. That's kind of cool. I like that.
Yeah,
That's
he's,
nice.
he's a little guy. He's lighting up the dark for the players that are sitting there.
Yeah. It can't really
you know,
be
and you have
hell
that
if there's a cute
lobster.
little sloth hanging out with you. That doesn't really sound like hell. I thought hell was supposed to be like dark and scary and big streams of fire.
No, it's just under heaven.
It's just under heaven.
Yep. There we go. Senja able to trade out on today. Blue keeping those numbers in favor of UBC as now Bondo in towards heaven, trying to get a timing on the smoke, waiting for that recon dart to come in. The spam does try and connect. It actually works onto CNM. Suzy Q able to take out Tiny on the spam. Bondo now flashing in towards main. Nothing really gets found except for a turret. That's going to get taken down. Savo on the top. Looking to try and find a rifle here for this retake, as they do want to commit to this. Bondo's able to take care of Terrasite fairly easily. Savo still on this op, using a shorty, dropping down. Hell is clear. 1 Jenny, 1 main, nothing found. Blue able to take UBC a 2nd round.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate miscall where Bondo called out, I can only imagine, called out the player on Jenny, and Savo wasn't aware that that last member was out main, and drops to clear Hell. I think if he had been able to take out the KO, it's actually a pretty advantaged 1v1 out main, because he still had smokes available. So that unfortunate miscomm cost them around here on the defensive side. It's not going to put too much of a dent in their chance of winning, but it's definitely, a round you wish you could have won.
Yeah, it definitely is a round you wish you could have won. Now Savo sitting here at B with this op. We've still seen it time and time again. This operator play is coming out. We're getting it consistently, and I think that's good. Chris M just trying to jiggle peek mid, try and just keep a spot. There's that beautiful Champions Karambit coming out. I have the same one, Chris. I'm just letting you know. But instead, it seems like an A hit coming into play. The turret has been taken down. Bondo and Senja are here to try and defend off the back of a smoke. So there is something to kind of, be positive about this and say, let them fall into this site. It's going to be okay if they run into it. In fact, the lockdown, or the null command does come in from Bondo just to try and delay for a little bit. Senja spamming through that smoke with a Phantom. We don't want to see that. The lockdown actually being committed by Senja as well as the spike gets planted. So they want this flood retake to kind of happen now. The door's actually getting open. They want to push this at UBC. Paranoia does get invested. It doesn't matter. Senja holds it down. Ults aplenty. Get committed. Oh, Blue got detained. There's one more detained. Savo takes care of it. And it's a 9th round now for Keanu.
Yeah, this pushes the Huskies to a 9-2. If they can end the half 10-2, all you need is a pistol round win, and it's basically on lock. That's it. The Huskies, they're going into this round. They're going into the KO ulti. They're going into the Omen ulti. Neither Omen ulti used this half, I believe, if I recall correctly. And not to say that it's particularly, a useful or a high impact ultimate in most situations. It is something to consider that this might be the round where we start to see those ultimates get used, because there's literally no other chance to use them. And I'd be curious to see how these teams intend on utilizing that resource.
It's a very, very keen resource. And Tiny with this spam in through B main. Beautifully done.
Yeah,
Bondo able to find that first pick on the day.
They made the read, and you know, Tiny put himself right exactly where he needed to be, as he's just shooting the dog and trying to see what he can get done with it.
Yeah. Very, very well done. Bondo now being forced to sit in towards that shed area, that switch area, as people like to call it. The spam still coming through from Tiny just to try and buy people off of this angle. Chris M now falling back, trying to regroup up with Senja now. Just trying to re-bolster this A site. His utility has been kind of forced away. There's been 2 that have been scanned out through B main. Tiny able to get another kill on this Odin spam. CNM gone. The flash comes out for Bondo. He saw one swing, and they've opted to just leave it there. It's still this kind of neutral state. Suzuki able to find one. Savo able to trade it out immediately. And on this swing, Suzuki able to find Savo now. The op is down. Tiny holding close in this smoke. Just trying to prevent anything major from being done. Chris M now towards CT. Watching for the gap. There's 2 out of the smoke. Senja's able to clean it up though. It's a 10-2 half for Keanu.
And I love that half. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, definitely well played. I mean, Tiny bought them a ton of time with that Odin. Like, even if he only got the 1 kill, he was able to get a ton of chip damage down and delay the round by basically 40 seconds single-handedly. But I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, yes, this Omen ult is not going to win you the round, and maybe you're using it to, like, counter the enemy Omen in case you think they're going to go to the opposite site. But do you ever Omen ult for info just to kind of locate out those last few members and see if you can use that to crunch space? Because it was looking a little scary towards the end there. I won't lie to you, I almost thought UBC found their way in.
I mean, it was close. It was really close, but I think you were able to get that close out. I think getting this half 10-2, now you're on the attack side. The onus is kind of on you to close this out. You want to close this out now. It's going to start with this pistol. We've talked about the round differential and things of that nature. It's going to be on Tiny and Chris M to kind of create a big enough distraction here towards this A side of the map for the rest of the team to be able to lurk up mid and maybe even hit B, as we see Senja kind of taking, in my opinion, a bit more of an active role in towards this B push.
Yeah,
normally...
I like that play from him. The other thing I wanted to call out too is I'm pretty sure Bondo had a knife lineup that fakes as if it's coming from A, because it landed on top of the B lobby. So he throws a knife from B, but makes it look like it's coming from A to pull rotations over, and that's why you actually saw Jet on the other side, on the UBC Jet, taking that aggressive peek into lobby to see if they could find themselves that entry pick. It's a really interesting lineup, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if this Beak side is actually pretty weak off of that fake.
Yeah, but we do see the Killjoy here. Terrasite able to find one, at least. The flash does come through the smoke. Senja able to find the first, and now it's him and Tiny. Excuse me, in a 2v3. Tiny able to find the first. It's a 1v3 required of the young player. What will he be able to do? He gets that spike plant in. It's a 2v1. It's going to have to be beautifully placed shots and a very very good read. He does send out that recon bolt. Oh, he isn't able to find it. Blue secures the pistol for UBC and is able to take them 1 round further and 1 round closer to tying it up.
And that's going to hurt the round differential for the Huskies a little bit, because it means that UBC is favored on the second round of the defending side as well. It was such a good pistol attempt, but I think what really fell apart, mechanics is one thing, sure, but I think what really fell apart was that nobody really took that space market off of that fake. They were just sitting outside of market, just really concerned. But I think once you committed that fake, you've already guaranteed that you're going to have the KJ on that B site. You're probably going to have one supporting from market as well. And as soon as they start pushing that jet out A, you have to imagine that there's others crunching tree, where I think if you can collapse on market, you can really start to break open that defensive setup. And I want to see this lineup here from Bondo, because I think this is the lineup I was referring to earlier, is through that cage there.
It's not a lineup that makes it really seem like it's coming from A. It just provides some very deep info.
Yeah,
as you'll see.
From the minimap, it looked like it was landing above, but I see now that it's just going deep right in that crack there.
The advantage that has is it prevents any player playing market from being able to use utility to stop a push, which is super, super crucial. Chris M now just lurking up cat, trying to find a timing, actually opting to send his smokes market now. They want to just commit to this site early. Smokes out.
Ooh.
CT. Day on the swing. Able to find Chris M. That's a huge first pick. They're smoked off of this. They don't want to commit anymore. They know that there's a push mid. Bondo wants to fight this. 3, 2, swing. Out now. It's been cleared. Tiles. Next on the chopping block for the clear. Savo. First to clear. Nothing found. It's a death ball. That's what the Huskies want. Day in that close corner.
Nice shot.
He's able to find one, but immediately gets traded out. Good shots from Tiny and Senja. Now it's a 2v3. Numbers in favor of Keanu. They're running over to A. They know that KO was playing towards CT, so they're watching for an early rotation now. Nothing happens. Senja closing that door. Bondo makes it in just in time. Now Tiny alone in tree. Having to watch for any sort of repush. Actually opts to break the door himself. The spike goes down from SCQ, and CNM able to get a spam through the wall. It's Tiny in a 1v2 with 10 seconds left on the bomb. He taps, fakes, recon darts out. He has to commit to this. Oh, wait, there might just be enough time. There is enough time to plant. In fact, Tiny able to get that first onto SCQ. He has 1 bullet left in the Sheriff. This is all it takes. He doesn't know where he's coming from. That door is broken. Opting to go for a wrap.
The window is open. It's still closed here. So they will hear that audio of when he breaks that window. Oh, Tiny!
Oh my goodness! Tiny! What was that? An absolute insane clutch to give Keanu their 11th!
Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. Because now look at the situation. You've put UBC onto an eco round, going into the potentially second last round of the half. You're carrying over some guns from the previous rounds. You're buying some new as well. This is basically a set round where even if you lose the round following this, you're still on a buy. You're just pulling momentum forward, and not to mention you have Tiny's ultimate available already so early on in the round. I wouldn't be surprised to see Huskies just go for a full, really hard and fast execute here and just try to abuse that gun advantage.
I mean, you really want to. You want to milk this out. You want to make sure that you secure this 12th now. You're up 11-3. If you can close this out 13-3, that gives you such a strong shot. Tiny wanting everything to do here. He's spamming in through mid, trying to get any chip damage he could possibly think of. Savo taking that A main control. Notice that the smoke has been put down. He's wondering if someone has crossed in towards Wine. Tiny just sending out shock darts again, being a nuisance in mid, forcing that rotation away from A and onto that hold. Senja still lurking towards B, preventing any sort of counter push being done by the defense. Bondo's been tagged out by this recon knife, but it's only Bondo.
Yeah, that's interesting. It looked like he was trying to dodge it, but also it's not totally clear what his strategy was. He does get tagged out though, so now the Huskies are going to have to play off of that info. They find 2 picks very early on, and that's a great start for them as they are going to be able to set up this post plant and get full control of not only Tree, but also Heaven, as Savo already positioned to counter that off that flash, and that's a great pick from him onto Blue. Heaven clear. Huskies have control of the site.
It's a 1v5 on the side of UBC. Nothing currently getting done. Match point seems imminent. Chris M trying to get that pick. It's actually Bondo to get the headshot instead. Match point for the Huskies. Oh boy.
And UBC can't even full buy. They invested resources onto Blue and Terrasite last round. They're going into this with only 3 rifles into the Huskies full buy, and Tiny's back on an Odin.
This guy's a demon. He picked up that Odin yet again. They want to secure this. They want to make sure that this is done. If they can end this 13-3, the chance that they have to qualify is huge. They're able to recover so much round differential from this. If they can get it now. And that's what they're looking for. Nothing left on the table. It's an A hit through and through. The one-way gets disrespected by Savo as he starts to look into the site. The updraft comes in, dash into the smoke. There's been one reconned out. There it is. Blue goes down. He's the first to fall. There's a second done by Senja. Day goes down as well as Suzy Q. Savo looking towards Heaven as the dark cover fades. He's able to find one. There's the last is done. Keanu have beaten UBC 13-3 on Ascent. RedBull Campus Clutch qualifiers are over.
And the absolute travesty of this game, the absolute travesty, forget the fact that the Huskies hit, what was it, 4 flawless rounds on Ascent? Forget the fact that they went back-to-back flawless on attack on a map that they should have absolutely no business doing that. The absolute travesty of this, as much as it pains me to say this, we have to sit now and wait to figure out whether it was all worth it. They put so much into this, and they did so well for themselves to find that 13-3. It was exactly what they needed. It's about as good as you could have asked them to do, given the circumstances. Maybe there's that one round they could have taken to force this at 13-2. But now it's a waiting game. The Huskies have put everything they can into this attempt to qualify, and now we sit, we cross our legs, we hold our hands in our lap, and we wait to see how the standings unfold. Huskies put everything into this game. You know, Tiny dropping 19, Savo dropping 19 as well in a 16-round game. Senja with 15 and Bondo with 13. Like, they put up so many kills in such a short amount of time to get to where they are, and now you just have to hope that it was all worth it.
Yeah, that's all we can do. We just have to sit and we have to hope that all of this was worth it. The past 4 weeks of struggle, of heartbreaking losses, of close nail-biting games, of absolute dominating score lines, all comes down to a waiting game. We just have to sit and we have to hope that every other match that has been played in this 4th round for all of those 3-0 teams and all of the 2-1 teams, we're super close, and are close enough that Keanu can just squeak by and make it in that 4th place in the last qualifier.
We're going to quickly check the standings to see if it's even, you know, I don't know how long it's going to take, and I don't want to hold us here on broadcast to comment out the entire time if we're still waiting for a number of rounds to finish. I imagine there's still plenty of matches unresolved still, and yeah, unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches still not resolved, which means it's going to be a while until we can figure it out. But for those of you that are curious, currently on the standings, the Huskies find themselves ranked in 3rd. Now, this is just behind UDM, which means that the winner of EDB and Western University, or Western Esports, as well as the winner of SFU Pink and York University, the Huskies need to finish in the top 2 of those teams. So it's very difficult to figure out how this is going to end up and, you know, where things are going to go. But right now the round differential is looking pretty good, as we are holding a pretty high spot here on the standings. Only time will tell, and as I mentioned, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have the time to sit here on broadcast and wait for it to resolve. But you can definitely find out the results of today's qualifier on our Twitter at the end of the event /Keanu Esports on Twitter. You can find us online. Angel, yeah, I want to thank you for joining me on the stream today, because you did an absolutely fantastic job, and it was great being able to share these moments with you. You know, regardless of the outcome of this, you've been here for every single one of our qualifiers, and I really appreciate having you on the broadcast, as does our Twitch chat. And we want to thank you, chat, as well, for coming in and supporting the team, because we do it for you guys, and we really appreciate having as many Huskies fans as we do.
Yes. Thank you all so much for having me. But unfortunately, as RedBull Campus Clutch qualifiers come to a close, so does my time casting it. I'm done with RedBull Campus Clutch Valorant.
For now.
It's been an absolute blast. Yeah, for now.
For now. We'll see you at Nationals when we qualify. How's that?
All right.
Deal? Deal. Perfect.
Right.
Thank you so much, Angel, for joining us on stream, and thank you again to everybody in our chat for supporting us throughout the grueling day, and we look forward to being able to share good news with you on our Twitter later at the conclusion of the tournament.